Alrighty. Are we there yet? No, really. I'm asking, are we there yet? Come on. And woo. Oh yeah, and I forgot to do this. Okay. Right. Oh, and leave that one open. Next set. Next set is next. Yay. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. I apologize for being a little late today. Um, had to throw the air conditioner in my room and turn it on. It's actually starting to get a bit on the warm side. And because, so, funny story, actually funny. Um, the house I grew up in, and I spent most of my formative years until I was in my early 20s. Uh, it was like, one main floor and then a basement. The basement had the laundry room, it had a living room and the workshop and a couple other things. And the main floor, which is the floor that everybody walked into, you had the kitchen, the bathroom, all the bedrooms, the living room, the dining room. Yeah, fairly simple layout. Fairly old house now, I think from like the 50s or something like that. But, it had it wasn't tall, but it was wide. But that's the kind of house I normally think of when I think of, you know, when I think of a house. Because I spent, you know, we moved there when I was 4.5. I moved out when I was in my early 20s. Um, before I hit 23, I know that probably by the time I think I moved out, I was like 21 or something. Anyway, um, and so that's what I normally think of. And everywhere I have lived since then, like if obviously if it's an apartment, everything's well, for the most part, everything's on the same floor. But apart from that, everywhere else that I've lived, it's been, you have one main floor that's got your living room, your dining room, your kitchen, everything else. But the bedrooms are on a separate floor, usually the level above. I've lived at this house for like over, for about 12 years or whatever. But it still feels odd to me living in a house where the bedrooms are on a separate floor. And that being said, air conditioner gets plugged in. And even though it's like, you know, 20, 21, 22 degrees outside, because this is my room, and my room is on the upper floor, hot air rises, so it gets warmer in here. Plus, I've got my computer in here, so with it running, obviously it gets warmer. So during the summertime, it might only, on a warmer spring day when it might hit like 22, 23, 25 degrees, or, on a cooler summer day, I should say, like warm spring, cooler summer, um, it can actually get rather warm in here. So even though it's only like 22 degrees outside, I end up having to put the air conditioning in relatively early because otherwise I melt. Because it'll end up hitting 24, 25, 26 degrees, whatever, in the room. also because my room faces west, like the window faces is on the west side. Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. That means later in the day, you know, it's going to be, I'm going to have the sun coming this way into the room, which also means that when, you know, in the summertime, like it's, only a few minutes after 6 o'clock here in the, in the evening. During the winter time, it's relatively cool out. Not a big deal. But, uh, so the sun comes through, fine, no big deal. Summertime rolls around, and it starts getting a bit warm, which makes me feel, whoever ends up, because there's 3 bedrooms up here, whoever's in the middle room, because their window faces, you know, it's not east and it's not, sorry, it's not east and it's not west, it's on one of the other sides. Um, they don't have to contend with that so much. Anyway, all that's to say, my air conditioning is now in. I did that before the stream started. Not much before the stream started. I think I started putting that in like less than half an hour before the stream started, and stuff had to get moved around. And then I found, by the way, I found a box of cards, so some of you may recognize this list, which is that tiny URL link that I post in the chats. And on the second tab here, I've got this thing of, cards I need for various commander decks, sorted by, sorted by type. And my largest category of stuff that I need right now is lands. But a lot of this is stuff I know I have. I just have to find it. Hey, Halion! Am I? I shouldn't be. I mean, I can... Is that any better? Okay. But yeah, like I was saying, this is the list of cards that I still need for my various commander decks. Oh, no. This is so that tiny URL link that you keep seeing me post in chat, you know where you normally find me. This one that leads to this page. The second tab there is my list of cards that I have to pin down so I can find them. So I don't have to go hunting for them. And I found a 5-row box, and I knew I had it. I just completely forgot all about it because it was buried under stuff. And then when I went to put the air conditioner in, it's like, oh yeah, I have that thing. And then this third tab here is just so I have a convenient spot to put a blank in case I have to like copy paste it or whatever and work on it elsewhere. So, I think I have it on here. Give me a moment. Yeah, there it is. So I do have, to be fair, this cube layout is about, let me think here. It's over a decade old. But it's 360 cards. And I did use the concept of rarity. And how I handled the concept of rarity was if you if you take a look, there's two columns. I'll use a different. Uh, this might be easier to see. There's two columns, but there's 16 in each column. And what it actually is for example, these first 8 cards make one theme that I want to see at common. And so it's basically every monocolor gets 4 themes with 8 cards in each theme. And so this first one here for blue is drawing, is card draw. That's something you should be able to get in blue really easily. The second one is stuff that's got high toughness. They tend to do pretty well. Blue tends to do pretty well at walls. This third one deals with flyers. And then this fourth one, because drawing cards isn't enough when you're in blue, it's like top of deck manipulation. Look at the top X card, look at the top 4 cards, put one into your hand, etc., etc. And then for uncommon, I have 5 themes of 3 cards each. So I have 3 counter spells, I have 3 bounce spells, I have 3 for unblockable, 3 for yoink, and then 3 for milling. And then the rares, there's 7 rares. And each one has to do something different. You're not going to find 2 cards that cover the same concept in the same rarity in that color. So, like, you see Pongify. It's the only blue card in here that actually gets a creature off the board, period. You've got Snap, Boomerang, and Seal of Removal that will return it back to him, but they won't kill it out and out. Yeah, I did it that way so I could keep the idea of rarity without, going too far down, going too far down the well. And the one thing that I've read about Cube is that if you draft mono red, in general, with people that are not used to building cubes, what you commonly end up with is like a tier 2 legacy deck versus a cube draft deck. Because like a mono red deck, if you pick up a handful of aggro creatures, some decent burn, and some other stuff, you just play a typical mono red aggro deck. And everybody else is like, well, my turn 1 play is land, go. My turn 2 play is land, maybe have something vaguely interesting, go. My turn 3 play is this. But that's how I handled the idea of rarity. And then lands, I want all the dual lands, all the shock lands, all the fetch lands, and then I had a handful of extras. What were the remaining extras? Oh yeah, I had one fetch land that can cover that can get any basic, and then like one more land that is based around a certain color. The 5 allied manlands plus Mishra's Factory, and then what do we got here? And then like 8 additional lands. And then just I had a handful of artifacts. I had one card for every for every guild. I had one card for every one card that can be cast off of either color mana for each of the guilds. So like this first column, you have to have both colors. The second column was as long as you've got one of the two colors, you can do it. And then one more for each of the opposing color pairs. And then one for each wedge. Or not each wedge, each shard. That's what I did. I'm still very, very slowly working on physically building it. But that's the way I built. That's the way I sketched mine out. So it would come up with something usable. That being said, where am I? Oh yeah, I can go back to that page. But that's what I did. Because, like I said, I still wanted the feel of rarity in my cube. And so that gave something to work with. And I try to put themes in, like I want a reanimation theme available. So I put, for example, Avatar of Discord, which is generally considered not a great card. But the big like Avatar of Discord does two things for this cube. One, it's it's a fast aggressive creature. It's an aggressive creature with a drawback, which actually fits in where one of Black's themes. And when it comes into play, you sacrifice unless you discarded 2 cards. Well, if you're playing a reanimator strategy and you've got your big creatures in your hand, you can discard them so that you can cast, Zombify or Exhume or whatever I used in I think I might have put in Burial Rites in there. I forget exactly without looking at it. But I've got a couple of cards in there to help with the reanimation theme. So Avatar of Discord, in general, is not considered a great card. But in a cube where you're trying to support more than one theme, it actually does something pretty decent. So the only recommendations I would generally, since we're still talking the very early stages, the only things I would suggest are consider making some form of rarity, having that fall into place somehow. And keep an eye on what you do more specifically with red to make sure that it doesn't accidentally end up being the most powerful color in your set. Beyond that, I mean, options, they exist. That being said, you popped in at the start of my stream. I am currently looking, so I don't know if you actually paid much attention in the chat, like in where I normally find you, to what I try to cover in these streams. But it's basically I'm going through. I started off with Alpha Beta Unlimited. I'm skipping any core set again until we hit M10 because every core set, after that is just a reprint set. Or sorry, every core set before 10th edition was just a reprint set. And I'm looking at the cards that EDH Rec basically says are at the bottom of the list in terms of, well, like if I go to the top, for example, of this, a lot of people, when you're talking Urza's Legacy and you're talking Commander, Mother of Runes sees a lot of play, Karmic Guide sees a lot of play, Martyr's Cause, okay, you can see it seeing play, Erase, as opposed to Erase, not the Urza's Legacy one. That's a card that you can see seeing play, considering the number of enchantments that people forget that a lot of enchantments actually see play in Commander. Yeah. But I'm looking at the bottom end. I'm looking at the stuff that people forget exists. And so I'm looking at, for example, the, based on what Scryfall says, EDH Rec says. The least popular white Urza's Legacy card is Opal Avenger. Oh yeah, so do I. In fact, if you take a look at my list of decks that I'm going to be working on, one of them, which is the non-red one, I think it is. Yeah. Hidden, Lurking, Opal, Veiled, which means it's all going to be based on cards like Opal Adventure, Opal Champion, and, red did not get in on that action, but every other color did. So it's all going to be based around stuff like that. And hilariously, Opal Adventure and what were you called? If I got the right name? Come on. Yeah, Lurking Evil, which was in the previous set. Triple black, pay half your life rounded up, becomes a 4/4 Phyrexian horror creature with flying. Combined with Opal Avenger, in a 20 life format, you end up with a 3/5 and a 4/4 flyer for, you can basically play mono black splash white in a normal 20 and normal 60 card format. In Commander, I mean, if you've got 21 or less life, you play the both of them and have fun. Also, Opal Avenger, there's a lot of ways to knock your own life total down. Bolas' Citadel, I think. Yeah, Bolas' Citadel comes to mind. A lot of black cards. Some white cards will do it. But Opal Avenger, I think, is a lot better than most people give it credit for. All you have to do, yes, you start off at 40 lives, so it takes a bit more work, but it doesn't take a lot more work. And it just kicks in as soon as your life total is low. Basically, as soon as you know you've hit single digits, this thing turns on. Which could be in the middle of combat. First strike damage happens, then Opal Avenger turns on. Then you go, oh, cool. Fight spell, kill your biggest creature, or whatever. Fling this at something or whatever. And then your opponent's going, what the hell? And you're still alive. I'm not saying it's a good use of it. Again, casual Commander players. Yeah, whatever. It gets the job done, right? But yeah, there's a bunch of ways to manipulate your life total if that's what you want to do. Expendable troops. Expendable troops is actually not terrible bad. You know, tap and sack it to do 2 damage to another creature that's in combat, and it's a 2/1 for 2, on top of that. That's actually pretty good. Sadly, again, one of those cards that got worse with the uh yep. Depending on the green player you're playing against. Block one land and sack it to blow up another one. You know how that goes. How many times have you seen the green player turn around and go, "I'm going to animate all my lands. Cool. Now I'm going to attack with them. Cool, I'll start blowing up your plans." By the way, I'm playing white. Wait, what? Yeah, I remember when Elf Ball was just one of those, quote unquote little kid decks. It took until somewhere around the it took till somewhere around a Lara block, if I remember right, for it to actually get, for a pro player to turn around and do well with it. And then it started getting attention as an actual serious deck. It had always been a deck for like decades. Oh, yeah. Oh, big time. I think in standard, you basically dumped a bunch of elves, and then you had that one Devour Dragon. Um, I can't remember what you're called. Predator Dragon. Predator Dragon was the one that everyone was playing. Because it was 6 mana for 4/4 flying haste. But if you had 6 elves in play, you sacked them all as it came into play. It got 2+1 counters each. So that would make it 16 power. Not in standard. Oh, maybe. No. Well, no. We're talking when Elf Ball started being something that people actually realized could actually be a serious deck. In standard, it was you had Predator Dragon as your top end, and you could suddenly kill somebody out of nowhere. And because of how big it was, you sack. I mean, you sack 2 wells. It's got, it's an 8/8, and suddenly your opponent's looking at like a 2-turn clock because they've already taken a couple of points of damage. Not completely unreasonable to play on like turn 4. So suddenly they're like, well, what the hell just happened? Yeah. And then once they open it up in a larger, once they took, well, the standard deck is doing really well. Dragon Broodmother. If you needed the game to go, like, if you needed more of an attrition style game, maybe. But Predator Dragon was more common because it could just, turn 4 or 5, you were killing somebody from like the high teens out of nowhere and just going, "Hey, by the way, you're dead now." Dragon Broodmother was okay, but Predator Dragon was for that format was a much more solid card. And and then when they turn around and start opening it up into other formats, like I think it was extended at that time. I don't no, modern didn't exist yet. Ah, damn it! I keep doing that. This is this 2008. Modern came out in I think 2000. I want to say 2011. So this would have been extended. Yeah, and they just you take something like that and then you add all the L's that you can and a stronger mana base. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that was 1.x, or I think I've even seen it called like 1.7, which felt weird to me, but yeah. I mean, a lot of the old terms feel weird. A lot of terms feel weird to people that are not used to them. I've seen both. 1.x was much more commonly used from what I've come across. Radiance Dragoons, Radiance Dragoons. I don't know. Unless you're playing around Echo, like unless you're playing a deck with Echo being a thing, I don't even. You know what? I don't even think I'd play this, even assuming I'm dealing with Echo. Let me think here. Mana value equal 4. Toughness greater than 3. Oh. Oh yeah, and then ID equal white. One less power, one less life. I'd probably still play, if I'm playing it for the life gain, I'd probably still play Taro's Faithful. I'd probably still play Light of Emeria over it, because playing it later I can get a bunch more. More realistically, I'm probably playing Dwarven Priest first, and that's a common. Because it's not difficult for me to have 4 other creatures in play by the time I cast the Priest. Are there any... No, that's it. Okay. And I can probably find... Oh, what do you call it? Lone Missionary. If you really want to gain a bunch of life cheap on a body, Lone Missionary does, like, some serious hard work. Like, this, if you're looking for a life gain card, this sees a lot of Pauper play. Because it's cheap, it's a big chunk of life, and it's still a reasonable body. It's still 2 power. Oh yeah. 2 power for 2 mana. Come into play, gain 4 life. Think about this against, like, a red-based aggro deck. I have a blocker that's a reasonable size. And on top of that, I've just neutralized, your lightning bolt and still gain life over a lightning bolt. And counteracted like Fire Blast. Oh yeah. Oh, if you're talking a draft format of any sort, yeah, Lone Missionary is just silly for life gain. Um, and it comes down 2 turns before Radiant Dragoons, and there are much better cards. There's much better cards you can get even at 4 mana. Radiant's Dragoons, I would honestly put relatively low on the list. And the other thing to look at, and I've mentioned this in the last couple of streams, if you're looking at gaining life in Commander, you have 2 things to consider, like to decide between, because one is going to be more important than the other. Gain a bunch of life at once, or a bunch of instances of, a bunch of smaller instances of life gain. And I think that's the right one. Because there's sometimes when gaining life a bit at a time, but getting multiple instances is more important. And there's going to be times when gaining a bunch of life at once. Yeah, okay. So, a Johnny's Pride Mate. This is the sort of card where if you're gaining 5 life, you would rather have gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life. Because that's 5 separate triggers that care about you gaining life. That would make this into a 7/7. Compare that to Well of Lost Dreams, where I gained 5 life in 1 hit. Well, now I can pay any amount of mana up to, in this case, up to 5, to draw that many cards in one shot. So there's going to be times when gaining more life at once is more relevant than gaining life, a bunch of smaller instances of gaining life. Radiant's Dragoons is the kind of card that you play if you're looking to gain more life in 1 hit. Generally speaking, not always true, generally speaking though, I think it's generally better to have like 5 instances of gain 1 life rather than 1 instance of gain 5 life. Or, gain 2 and gain 3, or gain 2, gain 2, gain 1, or something of that nature. Have more smaller triggers instead. So, Radiant's Dragoons, in general, I would pass on. And if you really need to gain 5 life in 1 hit, I think there's probably better ways to do it. Sort by mana value. You can do that for as little as 1 mana. Starlight Invoker, Starlight Invoker would be better because you can do it consistently. Words of Worship, you can do it consistently, especially if you've got any sort of card draw attached to it. Airdrop Aeronauts would not be bad for something like that. Bulwark Giant. +1/+1 over Radiant Dragoons for an extra 2 mana, which sounds about right because, generally speaking, Echo knocks 1 mana off the actual cost. So this should be a 5 mana card if it didn't have Echo. This is 6 mana for an extra +1/+1. And Linvala, depending on how much life gain you've hit so far. If you haven't hit much, there's a good chance somebody's got more life than you by then. So, although I might be looking at Sunbeam Spellbomb first because it's a cheap artifact. You can recur that fairly easily. I don't know. But that's where my brain goes. Opal Champion? Oh, man. Opal Champion? All that has to happen is somebody casts a creature spell, and suddenly you get a 3/3 first striker. And it costs you 3 mana, which is not bad, especially when you're looking at common. This is actually pretty good. There's, it's so easy to get somebody to cast their, cast their command or cast their, it's not unreasonable for a typical, I would say a typical deck is probably about a third creatures. I think that's, if you basically take every deck that exists, like every actual deck that exists, not every theoretical deck, but every deck that actually exists that somebody has built, and average them all out. I assume it's going to be likely you're probably going to hit somewhere around 30 to 40% creatures. For somebody, and yes, there's always going to be exceptions. I think Opal Champion is going to be really easy to turn on. Defender of Law. Defender of Law, I think, is cute. It's not crazy, but 3 mana, flash, and protection from red. Red, as a monocolor, I would assume, like, black and green are going to be at the top of the list. I think black and green are the two colors most likely to be played as mono. And the two color, like, they're probably the two colors most likely to see play in Commander, period. A lot of decks are going to be built based on them being mono, and a lot of decks are going to have them as one of the 2 or 3 other colors in the deck. And if you're playing 4 or 5, it's really easy to build it with a higher skew towards green to help fix your mana. Red, I think, gets... I think blue is probably the least likely to be built as a monocolor. I think white and red fight it out for, like, the second tier. I would assume red probably edges out, but that could go either way. But red quite often gets thrown into a lot of decks as a second or third color, regardless of which way you're building it. You know, whether you're building your commander first, you know, pick your commander and then build your deck, or build your deck and then pick your commander. Regardless of which way you do it. God damn it. Regardless of which way you do it, I think red is probably mid-range in terms of like how often it gets played. I think it gets played a lot more as a second or third color rather than being monocolored. So, Defender of Law, the fact that it's got flash is going to make it really fun. You know, you can have somebody go try and do something crazy like, oh, what's the card I'm thinking of? Blasphemous Act. And follow it up with some kind of biorhythm effect. And in response, you go, hey, by the way, you know, Defender of Law. Even Defender of Law, in response to the, you know, even in response to the Blasphemous Act. Oh, even funnier, if they somehow manage to go biorhythm in response, somehow, Blasphemous Act, he's back. And then in response to that, you play Defender of Law and go, cool, I'm still going to have a creature. I don't think it's great, but I think it's good, and I think if you've got a way to give this thing flying, you're going to wreck the day of a lot of red players. The funny thing is, we went from, like, for the white cards, we started pretty meh at the bottom, but we're already getting up to like stuff that's reasonably playable. I want to pronounce your name that way. I'm sure it's wrong, but I want to pronounce it that way. Squitch. Squitch, squitch, squitch. I honestly don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Hope and Glory. If you've got any creatures in your deck that care about being targeted, squish. That you know the general term that commonly gets used for foods like pumpkins and and similar shaped, you know, foods, right? The general term is squash. In our family, we call them squish. Oh man, Hope and Glory. I just realized you really want to play this in a deck that's got like heroic stuff going on. You're building a deck around heroic or something else that cares about being targeted. Hope and Glory ends up being really good because you target two different things. Sustainer of the Realm. Let me think here. I don't know. Sustainer of the Realm feels just like most of the time this is just going to end up being a 2/5 flyer, which is going to work out to a 3/4, which is about what you should be getting for 4 mana. Like, even back then, when you compared it to Sarah Angel, which was an extra mana, you got a 4/4 Flying Vigilance for 5 mana. So 3, 4, 2, 5. You could have made this a 3. You could have made this back. I think you could have got away with just making this a 2/5 flyer straight up. But I think they wanted. I think they wanted it. I think they wanted it to look more interesting than what it was. I think that's what happened. They wanted it to look like it did more than that it really did. Because the problem with Sustainer of the Realm is the likelihood of you being able to block multiple. I mean, it's not impossible. Don't get me wrong. It's not impossible that it could end up blocking multiple times in a single turn. But that requires somebody to be, as a general rule of thumb, that requires somebody to be playing red. Because you're going to need effects like World at War and Aggravated Assault and other similar methods for gaining extra combat steps in the same turn to pull it off. And if you're doing that, Sustainer of the Realm, she could get herself a really big butt if she wanted to. She could make JLo nervous. 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 I know the... Whatever. At which point you probably want something in your deck so you can make use of that extra toughness to kill somebody off. But that's another story. And as weird as it sounds saying this, that sounds like a meta, but you know, being a casual player and talking to casual players, that sounds like a metagame call. And what I mean by that is, if there are people in your play group who are likely to have decks like that, or likely to be playing decks like that, if you're already playing white, you might want to consider Sustainer of the Realm. Beyond that, yeah, there's generally speaking, there's better cards than that. Devout Harpist, I think it doesn't take much for this to, like, in terms of power creep, based on when it was created, i.e., the card I'm thinking of probably already exists by now. For this to... Oh! I just realized. I was about to say for this to become, you know, destroy target enchantment. I just realized this is just a tap ability. This is not tap and sack. That makes it a lot better than I expected. Because you can keep killing your opponents if they've got effects like Rancor or Draconic Destiny or, you know, anything that's there to, you know, basically they're trying to build a Voltron deck with enchantments. You can just go, kill it, kill it, kill it. And the flip side of that is if somebody is looking at your stuff and going pacifism and lignify and utopia's utopia vow and maybe utopia sprawl on their own stuff, but their removal is largely that devout heart, face fetters, you know, most of which, I'll be honest, are the kind of cards that I like to recommend to people to put in their decks because Kenra's transformation. There we go. There's another one. Because sometimes the best way to get rid of an opponent's general isn't to kill it. It's to leave it on the battlefield, neutralize it, and let them deal with it. And you get a card like Kenra's Transformation out there. And suddenly they've got a creature in play. Sure, it's their general, and it's sitting in play with no abilities, so it can't do any of the stuff that it's known for. And now all it is it's a 3/3 creature. And when people are building decks around a general with the assumption that the general does something, like Ishin, for example. Ishin, 2 heavens is 1. That, combat triggers trigger a second time. For this to be turned into a 3/3 with no abilities, they turn around and go, that just turned off like half of what my deck does. And Ishin is a sword card that wants to be in play. Not like some generals like Olero, which personally I still have a strong dislike for this card. That's a me problem. I fully admit this is a me problem. Because this does not need to come into play to be able to do anything. And it has an effect on the rest of the game. And you can just sit there and build, your typical boring Esper control deck. And not even bother with a win con, just make sure you keep recycling your deck. Yeah. I personally don't like that for a format like Commander. But that's, again, I'm well aware that's a me problem. But a card like Kenra's Transformation works really good to shut down people's commanders. Then you take a look at Devout Harpist, and it's like, if somebody is going to put that in their deck, my response is good for you. Because it's literally tap, destroy target card that's stopping my general from doing his job or her job. Or tap, destroy target card that's, that's making things really, really difficult for me to deal with. Sure, it's on your creature, but now it's making my blocks even harder or this, that, whatever. And the funny thing is, the Oracle text has actually made it slightly stronger. The original text, target creature enchantment was basically an aura that had to attach to a creature, is what they meant. Now it's destroy target aura attached to a creature. That could be something that had enchant permanent. That could be an aura that said, enchant creature, enchant creature or vehicle. So on. Basically, any aura that somehow can viably, hey Holly, any aura that can somehow viably end up on a creature can now be targeted by this. um, you know, a creature that's got bestow that's ended up on another creature. Hell, yeah. So this can actually hit a lot more cards than it first appears. And this also affects a class of cards that I think people should be playing more of, which is kind of interesting to say. Peace and Quiet. It's kind of funny. I think this. I'm I'm not positive on this, but I think Urza's Legacy, or well, I should say Urza block, is the first time we actually see, because green has had the ability to blow up artifacts specifically for a very long time. The first card I remember specifically to blow up artifacts in green was from Arabian, or not Arabian, Antiquities, and that was Crumble, and that made it into Revised. But white, for the most part, handled enchantments and artifacts. You know, cards that generally did one could do either. This, I think, was the first time we really had white turn around and specifically hit just enchantments. Because we would get Peace and Quiet, and, you know, a little further down, we also got Erase, and actually a couple of other cards. But white commonly got hit with both. Green commonly could do one or the other. Yeah, I know. Urza's, and yeah, you know, Holly's got a very true point. The problem that happened with Urza block in general, it was designed to be a deck based around enchantments, which is why we had the opal creatures and the lurking creatures, and we had cards like Devout Harpist and so on and so forth. The problem was that the even though the artifacts were a less common, uh I, w- I was gonna say theme, but that's not really the word I'm looking for. Like, even though they were a less common component, just the power that was available to them compared to what you could get out of it playing with enchantments made them really, really strong. And so, Urza block in general, it had this reputation for being artifact themed. Plus, you're dealing with Urza, who's an artificer. The story is about Urza, who's an artificer. So there's that going for it too. And then you got stuff like, you know, I think this block also gave you your Palancrons, your Great Whales, your Peregrines, and other similar cards that would let you untap extra lands, and that just made things just off the scale. If it wasn't if it wasn't for the, I would probably bet that you could knock off, like if you took off probably, you'd probably have to knock off like 15, at least 15 egregious cards in terms of power and theme. And if you did that, you could probably get people to actually see that, hey, yeah, Urza block is based on enchantments. But it would probably take knocking like 15 cards out. You know, your Tellurian Academy, like Tellurian Academy, Grim Monolith, um, uh, uh, the one that got emergency banned, Memory Jar. You know, I bet I could go through. You know, I could probably go through like a list and find like 15 cards and just go, okay, well, if these not necessarily didn't exist, but were tweaked so that they wouldn't be so insane. You know, even in standard, even in block, they were insane. You know, being able to play like 6 mana threats by like turn 2, sort of thing. Yeah, it got that. It got that crazy. And then when we got to like Mercadian Masks in the next block, the power level was such. Apparently, from what I remember, Urza, the response at Wizards from Urza block was, "Hey, this block, but you know, sold really well. But if you ever do something this again, you're fired." And so we end up with Mask block as much toned down at a much toned down power level. Iron Will. Iron Will's got a couple of fun things going for it. Uh, One, it's got. I mean, first of all, it cycles. So in a pinch, you pay 2 mana, you ditch it, you draw a new card. Not a big deal, but it means it's never going to be useless. It will still be pay 2 draw a card. Number 2, it targets anything that cares about targeting a creature. You know, if you're playing a deck like Feather, let's say. Was it Feather the Redeemed? I think. Yeah. You know, which is like a 3/4 flyer, and basically any instant or sorcery that you cast that targets one of your creatures, including Feather. The last part of casting a spell, in general, is, you know, if it's something that if it's a permanent, you know, the last step is making it into the permanent it's supposed to be, and if it's an instant or sorcery, the last step is putting it in your graveyard. And Feather says that if you were to put an instant or sorcery into your graveyard, as a result of casting it, you put it in your hand. A lot of people have built Feather. It's dangerous. It's silly. It's all sorts of things. Now, if you want the more friendly version of it, Iron Will just simply means you get to make it into, you know, a 3/8 every turn. But then you can turn around and do Heroic. You know, am I playing with something like Heroic? You know, something that cares about being targeted. Tethmos the High Priest, as an example. I lightning bolt your priest. In response, I cast Iron Will. It's going to survive. And by the way, thank you for letting me get my Johnny's Pride Mate back. Because just run that mythic enchantment from the Streets of New Capano, but when he casts a spell, he knocks off. Is it Capana or Capana Commander? This thing? Yep. We knowing how to search. Yay. But yeah, the other place that you might want to put a card like Iron Will is if you're building a deck that has white in it that cares about toughness, like Doran the Siege Tower. And, or a deck that's running High Alert, maybe. And suddenly, this is 1 mana, giving a creature essentially +4 to damage. Yep. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. This essentially gives the creature you're targeting +4/+4. At least as far as combat's concerned. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a thing. I think Chromium helps with that. Oh, no, Chromium's just the... Oh, no, not Chromium, Arcades. Yeah. Arcades the Strategist is a common general if you're doing Bant. And, yep. And High Alert commonly ends up in that deck so that you don't end up having to have your general out to be able to get the combat damage happening and have other things going on. Yeah. And Iron Will would actually be a pretty decent card for that deck. I mean, there's more than one, I'm sure. Whoops. Yes, I did mean Angelic Chorus. Yes. And I'm sure there's more than one card that does that. And again, I mentioned Radiance Dragoons. Angelic Chorus would be much better than Radiance Dragoons for that kind of deck. I think the only place that I would feel comfortable playing Radiance Dragoons would be a thematic deck, like a deck based around Radiant and the Weatherlight crew, and Radiant was Sarah's realm, which means stuff from Homelands, I think, comes into play at that point. Yeah. Purify Shatterstorm, Tranquility, and 1 except it's white. Shatterstorm being red, Tranquility being green, Let's merge them together. Hey, by the way, it's a white card now. But that makes sense because, you know, this is Disenchant as a mass removal spell. Any excuse to use Homelands cards is a good excuse. I think this card is like, I think this card is also commonly like green these days. So not necessarily. I do know for an extra mana though, you get cards like Bane of Progress. When it comes into play, it gets that as a triggered ability, and then gets bigger for basically, how many things did I blow up? Oh, I blew up like 8 things? Cool, I'm now at 10/10. Purify is, don't get me wrong, Purify is still good. The fact that it's a sorcery can be a mark in its favor. It's just a card like Bane of Progress, to be honest, a different color, so that can also be relevant. Bane of Progress is generally the better card. And then Cessation. Cessation. I would prefer this so much. Like here's the thing. No, it's trying to be like the anti-Rancor, because Rancor makes you want to attack, because, you know, giving +2 power and trample is quite a bit. Yeah, but that's the problem. If it was pacifism for this cost with the, you know, with the self-recursion, it would actually be playable. As far as I'm concerned, it would be playable. Actually, probably even now, because pacifism, for that cost, now we're starting to look at arrest. Or basically something stronger than pacifism for pacifism's cost. But the self-recursion does a lot. But all this does is it stops a creature from being able to attack. Have I got the right card in mind? Yes. Sluggishness. Cost-wise, this makes more sense. 1 red, 1 other. Enchant creature can't block with the same drawback. This is 2 mana. This is 3. I think they should have made this into a pacifism with this ability, or knocked a mana off. Either one probably would have been fine. But Cessation, honestly, I would put Cessation in terms of like playability, etc., much further down on this list. I would probably put, personal opinion, I would probably put Radiance Dragoons right at the bottom, because these guys are actually playable. Oh my god, Marsky! Marsky bought Vintage Killer! Oh god. What's it been, like 2 months since you were last in? I know you have kids. I know you've got a family. I know. And you're also like a few time zones away. You're what are you? UTC plus 1, I think. Oh, that'll do it. Wait, you have your... I thought that was a multiplication symbol for a sec. You have your own company, then you should have more time. Other people should be writing it for you. Yeah, so as you can probably tell, I'm doing Urza's Legacy tonight. Huh. I just noticed. So, and you might be able to tell, I'm doing this, you know, sorted by how Scribefall says EDH rank sorts them, you know, i.e. best card to worst card, yada, yada, yada. But direction descending, which means the stuff that is basically the stuff that has the lowest rating comes first. You know, higher rating, obviously better card in this context. And I just noticed the third worst card for blue in Urza's Legacy is the 3 mana 2/1 Wood Protection from red. Where was it? Number 5 is the 3 mana 2/1 Wood Protection from red in white. What? Whoops. There we go. So, Vigilant Drake I can see. Again, I might disagree with the way some of this stuff is organized. Vigilant Drake looks to me like it's expecting to be a combo piece. Because, yeah, 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer doesn't sound great. But pay 3 to untap it. So, well, I was thinking Heavy Arbalist. Because, you know, a quick creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. A quick creature has tap. This creature deals 2 damage to any target. So, tap, take 2. Pay 3 to untap it. Tap, take 2. You can machine gun stuff pretty hard when you've got a Heavy Arbalist and something that can untap itself easily. And if you've got a way to generate, yeah, I mean, there's a few ways to do that. But that being said, as a general rule, if you're playing red, if a person is playing red and they see a card along lines of Arcane Teachings or Fire Whip or what have you, they're like, yeah, okay, that tracks. If you're playing blue, unless you've been playing for a unless the people in your group have been playing for a long time, like a really long time, they're not going to expect blue to go, you know, and start machine gun downing creatures. You know, Prodigal Sorcerer et al. Have been out of the common Magic playing lexicon for probably the better part of 15 years now. You know, when was the last time realistically that we saw blue pingers in a commonly played set? Well, yeah, Marsky, that's also because you, like myself, have been playing a very long time. I know you have. I have. I know Holly has. We would expect that. But Squish, I don't think, would be expecting it. Um, yeah, exactly. Hallian, I don't remember when he started. I think he might be newer than that. But, you know, basically, if you've only been playing for like 15 years or less, you unless you actually have gone, unless you've actually gone searching through older cards for whatever reason, you're probably not going to be familiar with the idea that blue back in the day had creatures that could ping to deal damage to any target. You're not going to be used to the idea of having Psionic Blast as a burn spell. This is not going to be. This is going to be weird to you. Uh-huh. So, Marsky, does that mean you've been playing Omniscience, or are you playing like, or have you been playing like a Cheerios style deck? No, he's playing Omniscience. Are you playing that silly standard deck with Abuelo's whatever it's called? I can't remember what it's called, but Abuelo's something or other. Abuelo's Awakening. Yeah, why am I not surprised? Do you know what I found is I I was today years old when I realized that nope, wrong one. Um what's the not cast down? Yeah, you've never played zero mana cards before, right? Oh, what was it? Damn it. That's the card I was thinking of. That's the card I was thinking of. This can kill an Omniscience that had an Abuelo's, that came into play via Abuelo's Awakening. Yeah, I had to go back through chat logs through my other chat program. The thing that how I found Marsky initially. It's just different servers. It was a different server. It was a different time. Yada yada yada. But yeah, uh, I realized like today or yesterday, I forget which it was, that this can take out an Omniscience that came into play via Abuelos because Abuelos brings it back into play as a 1/1 flying spirit. It only gets any bigger if you actually spend mana on X. If you don't, it's a 1/1 flying spirit. which means the omniscience can do, and for those that don't know what card I'm actually talking about, is this, this expensive beastie. 10 mana. You may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana costs. Yeah. But, yeah, that, putting, you find ways to get omniscience into your graveyard. You know, you dig with cards that say draw cards and then make you discard cards. Anything along the lines of thirst for knowledge kind of effects. Yeah, Holly basically doing that. Then reanimate it with reanimate the omniscience with Abuela's Awakening. And then you use that in combination with, and then you're digging for another combo piece to basically make it go infinite. Which was Invasion of Arcavios. I think I spelled that right. When it enters, search your library, graveyard, and or outside the game for an instant or sorcery card you own. Reveal it and put it in your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. The first thing that you want to do when you cast... when Omniscience comes into play is, ideally, you want to use that to cast a second Omniscience. Because this one, if the first one gets blowed up, you still have you still have, like, a full-on version. Then you want to be digging for your invasion and then use that to loop with something that will actually win you the game and bounces the invasion. But all that being said, yeah, so Marsky is a terrible Magic player, and Marsky is a bad Magic player, and he should feel bad. Coming from the guy who played like Mono Black Reanimator when it was a terrible, terrible deck in Standard. Oh man, I was playing Rotting Regisaur and Davriel and Blood for Bones, and I forget what the other reanimation spell was. Yeah. And that was a fun Standard. But that was terrible. When was this? M20, so 2019. So that's like 6 years ago now. 5, 6 years ago. By the way, Marsky, you still speak with, you still talk to Brassy at all? I don't remember, but you still talk to Brassy at all? Or like any of that crew? Nice. Nice. You should tell him. He needs more Atogs, right? Should see if he can convince a couple of them to pop into my stream once in a while. Actually, now I'm curious. Oh no. Oh my god, it's only a $2 card? Yeah, it's only a $2 card. Yeah, my problem is my problem is being able to actually, like, if we're talking physically, my problem is actually being able to leave. You know, I, it's the financial problem, not the, that being said, I would feel more comfortable heading to the Netherlands, given the current climate, than, popping down to visit them. But I would like to pop down and visit them. I just, unfortunately, they live in the States, and, well, considering the current political climate, I'll just leave that there. Yeah, we're not gonna go there right now. I mean, you can always come to Canada. Nice. But yeah, Vigilant Drake again. The other thing people have to remember when it comes to commanders, if you're looking to generate infinite mana, it's actually really easy. I miss being able to talk to PV regularly in the channel. He was actually kind of fun to chat with. Um, the easiest cards I can think of to combo, like, I still remember, for if you want to build infinite mana in a blue deck, there's a few ways to do it. Actually, hold on. What was that one that I was being told to plug in? Oh yeah, Boop. That'll get you to this list of decks that I'm looking at. And I am currently looking at this one, which is, what was it? Right. Grand Architect and Pili-Pala. Spend a blue to make Pili-Pala into a blue creature. Tap it via the Architect to generate 2 colorless. Use that 2 colorless and the untap ability of Pili-Pala to make a mana of any color. Doing that, you can generate infinite blue mana, or infinite mana of any color or color combination you want, rather. It costs you 1 blue to get started, and then you just combo off there and generate as much mana as you want. Oh yeah, Marski, you probably remember I like building weird decks. I've taken it a little bit more so with Commander. This particular list here, my blue deck, it tries to play like a green ramp deck does, but it runs like 19 basic islands. Have fun looking it over. You would enjoy it. And then my mono green deck, feels like an Esper control deck. Um, feels like an Esper control deck that beats down with flying creatures. That's a green deck. Mono red, I'm building based off of Squee Goblin Nabob. It's a Voltron deck that loads him up with auras. At least half a dozen or so. No, Canopy Dragon, I think got cut. I think Canopy Dragon might have got cut from that one. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in there, but I think the actual physical build of it doesn't run Canopy Dragon anymore because we've had a few green dragons come out. Well, a few green flyers come out since then. Um, I know I cut Scrib Sprites because they just didn't do enough. I mean, they're really good for, you know, a like a 60 card form, a 60 card 20 life format, but for, for a format like Commander, they just don't do enough. But I have God, I hate how stupid Standard is now. Then I remember playing during Necro and I'm fine with Omni. Yeah. I got my hands on Old Gnawbones. And there's a couple other green dragons. Uh, the the green version of the green analog to Junji, I forget what it's called. And I've also replaced the Elder Druid and the Navineros disc with how much did Tarkir affect the standard? Um, an actual reasonable amount because like the Omen dragons, for example, are really good in general. Um, yeah. Oh, the Red Dragon Storm is funny. Have you seen that deck? Well, yeah. So you are there any cards in Standard to exile artifacts? No, exile. Sort by color. Dusker's Reliquary, Exercise. Oh, Glass Casket's back. Oh, that only hits a creature. What? Oh, when this. Okay, yeah. So white should be okay with it. Blue is kind of boned. Black is kind of boned. Ooh, wow. It's Johnny! Green. Green will be fine. More green. Felden's King coming back looks weird. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that, I mean, even though Red's got ways to deal with it, realistically, your first option isn't until you hit 3 mana. Oh man, is it crazy that I see, Territory Forge and suddenly my brain wants to go, hey, by the way, standard Ponza? No idea if it's going to be, if it's going, well, yeah, temporary lockdown is just good in general. Yep. But yeah, like I was saying, uh, mono blues, like, there's lots of ways to generate infinite mana, and you combine that with tap to do a thing. Tap enchant creature to do a thing, and you can basically go infinite. Fleeting Image. Fleeting Image to me feels like it wants to be in a deck that runs Omniscience or one of its variants, or Allurin. But then you end up having to, if you want to do something like Allurin, again, you end up having to do what I just said about Vigilant Drake and generate a crazy amount of mana. Although, let's be honest, that flavored text is kind of adorable. Horace swore off drinking, but after meeting the creature a second time, he decided he better start again. Yeah. Or, I mean, any intruder alarm in that context, I think would work best if you had a way to, like, a creature that you could tap for at least 2 mana, one of which was blue. I hate people making me play out the Omnikill. Well, let's be honest. I'm trying to remember. I know I was watching Goldfish. I can't remember if it was Krim or Seth, and I think it was Seth. He actually made the person play out the Omni kill because he says a lot of people don't know how to actually win, and while while I understand you know how to win, if it's somebody that doesn't know you from a hole in the ground, and they're gonna follow Seth's lead, which is a fair comment. Do you actually know how to win the game with us? Because some people will just, I'm sure you've seen before. Yeah, yeah. If you've shown that you can perform the leap, yeah. If you've shown that you can perform the loop and you know what you're doing, that's one thing. The other thing is maybe they think. I'm thinking maybe if they're doing it that way, they think maybe they might be able to get the match on time. Because it's going to take you an extra minute or two to go through the iterations and do it all. Maybe 3 minutes. Which, yeah. And maybe they, because sometimes, like, let's be honest, if I'm playing against you, I'm going to, if I'm playing against you and I know I don't have much choice, if I'm playing against you and I know I don't have any good ways to try and beat you, I'm at the point where I have to hope you make a mistake somehow. And if you make a mistake and I'm able to win, I mean, it's like that. I'm going to keep bringing this up over and over and over and over again. But it's like that one time we played on, what was it, Cockatrice? And I played Oath. And I knew you made a mistake when we were talking about deck construction. And I let you assemble Vault Key and you couldn't win. No, it wasn't Moto. Pretty sure it wasn't Moto. Because I did not have the cards for Oath of Druids. Yeah, because you insisted on playing Sphinx of the Steel Wind as your win con. And was it Chain of Vapor as your removal? And all I had to do was Oath out to Iona. And when I finally realized, after the conversations that we had, oh, right, this is you I'm playing against. This is how you built your deck. I'm naming blue. I let you assemble Vault Key. And you finally turn around and go, I can't win. After going and drawing a few cards, it's like, yeah, go ahead. You couldn't win. Oh, yeah. Why do you think I kept telling you for, like, more than... I kept telling you, you should have something that is... You should have something in your 75 somewhere so that you don't get color hosed when this sort of thing happens. Because it's like, considering how strong blue in general is, in the dark, if you don't know what to name, to be fair, people that don't know what we're talking about, Marsky and I were playing Vintage. And I was playing Oath of Druids, and I don't remember exactly what Marsky was playing at that point. But we're testing on, from what I remember, a third-party program. And he had Sphinx of the Steel Wind, which is, white, blue, black, like 5/5 or no, I think it was a 6/6 with a huge suite of abilities. And I was playing Oath of Druids and Iona's Shield of Emeria as my primary win condition in the deck. And Oath of Druids, basically the way it works is if your opponent has more creatures in play than you on your upkeep, you get to mill till you hit a creature, drop that creature directly into play. And this happens equally for both players. But obviously, since you're playing Oath of Druids, you build with it in mind, and so therefore it generally affects you more than your opponent does, more than it does your opponent. And we're talking vintage. And vintage at that point, I think we're talking over a decade ago, was very, very blue heavy. And so Iona, Shield of Emeria, in the dark, if you don't know what you're playing against, yeah, Forbidden Orchard was really good in that deck. Um, in the dark, if you don't know what you're playing against, and you get an Iona in play, you should name, at least at that point, you should name blue. There's generally some cards that'll give you a good idea what to, but in the dark, if you don't know what else to name blue. And that shuts down Force of Will, that shuts down Ancestral Recall, that shuts down Misdirection, that shuts down, you know, Gush, and a whole, basically a giant swath of relevant cards for for vintage. Shuts down Tinker. Yeah, shuts down your Time Twister, Time Walk, a bunch of actual cards that are actually important to the format. In fact, cards like Demonic Tutor, being black, yep, cards like Demonic Tutor are quite often being used to, I would probably say as a guess, a third of the time, being used to fetch one of these broken blue cards. Because you want for Time Walk, you want for Time Twister, you want for Ancestral, so on and so forth. Yeah, and I was telling you, you should run, like, in your 75 somewhere. Uh, like in your sideboard, you should run, like, Diabolic Edict or something. And white cards commonly get commonly get used to hold the game down. Slow the game down, get rid of your opponent's threats until your blue cards can take over. And green and red usually just end up being splash colors. Usually. At least historically speaking. Again, we're talking like a decade or so ago. So, but Marsky had a slot, I think it was like one slot available in his main deck for, dealing with threats of some sort. Theoretically, think, you want like Vindicate or Boomerang or something that can get rid of a problem permanent. Get it off the board for now. And I got Iona into play, and his removal of choice was Chain of Vapor, which could return a permanent off the board, and the control of that permanent could, sack a land, I think was, to bounce it back, and so this is why it's a chain, because it can bounce back and forth and back and forth, as long as people are willing to pay the additional, sack a land and make another copy. And in some decks, you use that, you sack your own lands to bounce a bunch of your own powerful cards, like, your Mox Jets and your Soul Rings and other stuff that can generate more mana than they cost. Bounce them, generate a big storm count, and then use something like Tendrils for the win. But that's not what he was using it for. He was using it just plain as, hey, you've got a problem, I've got to deal with it. Let's get it off the board. Which made sense. But his win condition was Sphinx of the Steel Wind. And I'm playing Iona. And Iona's a 7/7. And he's got a 6/6 with a bunch of abilities. Two of which are protection from red and from green. Voltaic Key, back then. I let him assemble Vault Key, which Marsky's pulled up in the chat. Basically, it's a 2-card combo consisting of 2 very inexpensive cast artifacts that allow you to consistently untap the key and tap it and get infinite turns. I let him assemble that. But he got to Sphinx of the Steel Wind. And he couldn't play it because Iona says, as it enters, you name a color. As it enters, not when, as. I name blue. And your opponents cannot cast spells that are that color. So he can't play his win condition, and even if he could get it into play in some other way, he wouldn't be able to attack through Iona, because Iona's bigger than the Sphinx, and that just happened. Hold on a sec here. Where are you? You are here. And you pop out. So there was that problem. And then there was the problem that his removal, his card that he tried to use to get Iona off the board, was also blue. And he couldn't cast that either. So once I realized that, all I had to do was go, okay, I named blue. And he literally could not win. He could, I wouldn't even have to attack, and I could just sit there and watch him draw his card for a turn, even if he played nothing else, because he had already drawn a bunch due to Vault, the Time Vault Voltaic Key combo. He had already drawn so many cards that it was just, I would win due to him dying due to deck death. All permanents are colorless. The problem with Thran Lens, Holly, is that Thran Lens only works once a card's already in play. Because it says all permanents. It does not affect spells. I'm not saying it was a really good option, Marsky, but considering you were playing with a card that had protection from green and red, you probably could have got away with Vindicate. At that point, you might have been able to get away with Vindicate. It wasn't an amazing option, but it would have worked. Actually, you had access to Beast Within at that point. Beast Within would have been a much better answer in that circumstance. I understand it's not blue, but that also would have worked to your benefit. Your win con was 3 colors, and this is part of the reason why back then, uh, for Tinker, there were like 4 options. Yeah, yeah, Mycos Enceladus would have got around it. The problem is Mycos Enceladus is 6 mana, and he was not playing. He was not on workshops. You're on shops. You can get away with playing Mycos Enceladus because sometimes that's like 2 or 3 mana. Tap 2 or 3 lands and shut down a lot of things. Not off the top of my head, but I will say it's nice to be able to talk shop with you. But anywho, uh, Weather Seed Fairies. Yeah, Serum Powder doesn't see much play anymore, does it? Oh my god. Do you remember when I was trying to get people to play One Letter Legacy with me? I had. Okay, so TLDR, One Letter Legacy, build a Legacy legal deck with one additional restriction. See you, Holly? Build a Legacy legal deck with the additional restriction that apart from your 5 standard basic lands, everything else in your deck has to start with the same letter. I managed to come up with a Seismic Swans deck. Seismic Assault plus Swans of Bryn Argyle, and I had Serum Powder in that deck. And that deck was actually kind of silly. I think I ran 44 lands. 44 sounds right. Seismic Assault, Swans of Bryn Argyle, Serum Powder, and something that had Cascade that started with S. It was an enchantment, I'm pretty sure. Stormcaller's Boon. Yeah, I think it was those 4 cards and then like 44 lands, including Scalding Tarns and basically any. I wanted most of my lands to be able to produce red, like as many lands as I could that could produce red, and then everything else was like white or blue. And that was great. But Brassy definitely went up me because I forgot what deck I was trying to build at that point, but he managed to get Elfdrazi on me with Elves ramping into Emrakul the Eon's Torn. Yeah, that was fun though. Uh, I did manage to come up with an infinite turn combo with and keep in mind we're talking legacy legal. It was, I think, Thopter Assembly and Time Civ. Copy link. Take a quick scan at this. Because this is a long time ago that we were talking about. Duplicant. What did duplicant actually do? Oh, it was a cheap. Okay, right. You're playing shops, which means you're playing Mishra's Workshop. You're running your 4 ancient tombs. You're running a bunch of artifacts, which makes Tolarian Academy easy to support. Duplicant is your creature removal of choice that just happens to get you a win con at the same time. If you use duplicant to exile, let's say, Iona, you've tapped probably 2 lands and got yourself a 7/7 for it. Karn Silver Golem, animated artifacts, which, amongst other things, got really useful when you could go pay 1 mana, blow up your opponent's Mox Emerald or other Moxen. Chalice of the Void in play is a 0 mana artifact because X equals 0. So Karn can blow that up. Bunch of other stuff like that. Lodestone Golem makes stuff cost more. Your power cards like your Lotus, your Moxen, Mana Crypt, and all that jazz. Chalice of the Void to counter stuff. Crucible of Worlds lets you replay lands like your Strip Mine and your 4 Wastelands. Serum Powder to help with your mulligans. Smokestack to make people sacrifice stuff. You know what I might... Hey, Marsky. Crazy idea. I know we're looking at this many years many years later. But Smokestack plus Crucible of Worlds would have been crazy to run something like Darksteel Citadel in that, and then you can just sack the Citadel every turn, and then replay it. Okay. Soul Rings, Fear Resistance. Basically, this sort of deck is like the progenitor to, if you ever watch Pleasant Kenobi playing Death and Taxes, this is like the progenitor to that style of deck. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. So the problem is it says you've got 17 lands, but realistically you have 12 because you've got 1 Strip Mine and 4 Wastelands, none of which I would consider stable. But this entire deck's job is to basically price your opponent out from, in terms of mana, out from being able to play the game. In the meantime, you don't care about the increase in prices because, the increase in cost, because you've got so much stuff that can produce so much mana. I mean, I remember port being a thing in Legacy because you didn't have access to Strip Mine. And 4 Wasteland wasn't. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you would have at least top 8'd. Which is still going to be worth a lot. Because unfortunately, you also got to remember, more than one person can figure out how to break a metagame. The funny thing is, I remember years ago in Standard, Lorwyn, I think we had. Did we have a Lara yet? I think we had Time Spiral and I think we had Time Spiral and was either Time Spiral and Lorwyn, or we had Lorwyn and Alara. And out of like 100, I went to a regional, whatever the regional things were called back then. And out of 124 people, I think I came in somewhere around 20th or thereabouts. With a non-optimal mono red deck. And basically no testing. And I am sure that if I had done any amount of testing with that deck, like any actual amount of, like even a day of testing, I would have top 8'd. And if I'd done even a day worth of testing and had a optimal build of that deck, I think it's reasonable I could have won. I definitely would have been like I definitely would have been top 4, which, you know, would have been the best showing in a major event, like for Bring Debt. Basically anything higher than, you know, F and M would have been the best showing I'd have ever had. The only person I ever remember from Mean Deck was Menendian. Although if you really want to be if you really want to be salty, I mean, you've got that, right? Oh man, I want to see I want to see a non-basic land that allows you to run any number of copies in a deck. So like the same kind of ability that's on Relentless Rats and Slime Against Humanity and Persistent Petitioners and all that jazz. I want to see that kind of ability on a land. But yeah, Weatherseed Fairies, Weatherseed Fairies. I think the only thing that actually makes Weatherseed Fairies playable in Commander is that it's got the fairy type. I think that's really where it benefits the most. Although, to be fair, this is also back when color protection was a bigger deal. You want to be fair, if you want to build a deck with red cards that, or blue cards that got protection from red, ID equal U O colon protection from red. There's 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 natively, and then Joda's Avenger can turn around and get it. I think that would be a hilarious way to start building a deck. By the way, I only. You realize it took me going through Homelands, which was, I think, about 2 months ago now, because I'm doing one set per week. This is basically a blue silver knight for 2 more mana. But when you're talking blue, that's not completely unreasonable. This is silver knight in blue. It just costs more. For the longest time, I thought this was just, in general, a bad card because, or maybe, yeah, that might not be a bad idea. It's almost 2:30 in the morning in your neck of the woods. I hear sleep is a good plan. Oh my god, that reminds me. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, I know where I can find it. Give me a moment. You? Excuse you? That one. Saved. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? No. Damn it. Okay. MTG Paradise Leap for the win. Damn it. It's a... Yeah, I'll see if I can find the link for you. I'm trying to find it quickly. What happens? Anywho. Uh... And that. Oh, there we go. Yay, YouTube finally decided it was going to come back up. Okay, no idea what happened there. No idea why things crashed, but it decided to crash. This is not the first time this has happened lately either. But anyway. But yeah, Marsky, I'll when I find the article, I'll find a way to send it to you somehow. Anyway, so weather seed, but yeah, weather seed fairies. I'm fairly certain there's ways to build around that, like the existence of it. Um, including things like there, including like if you want to do weird things like creatures that have protection from red and from green that are in blue. That's there are stranger and I was is it am I wrong? They mostly flying, flying. Four of them have got flying, so that's not. Hey, Yargo. Well, apparently, apart from the fact that my stream, my computer decided to crash for whatever reason, and I just came up a few minutes ago. Apart from that, it's doing all right. I got the air conditioner in. It's starting to get a bit on the warm side. So I'll have to take the two streams and snip them together somehow. Uh, but yeah. No, Weather Seed Fairies I feel like is... Apart from that, we're doing alright. Feel like Weather Seed Fairies is going to have some way to put it together. Oh yeah, not totally broken at all. uh, Bouncing Beebles. Against most decks, I just assume this is like 3 mana, 2/2 unblockable. If you're playing Commander and you don't, and somebody doesn't, Beebles! Okay, Marsky, go get tapped. You're not allowed to untap until your next untap step. Or sorry, till your following untap step. Yeah, against most decks, I just assume this is an unblockable creature. Most people are going to be playing with, you know, Soul Ring or one of the various bridges from what is it, MH2 or MH3, whatever it is, or they're going to be playing with something that just says, "Hey, by the way, I happen to be an artifact, but I do this other the One Ring, whatever, coveted jewel, something." Or something that generates treasure tokens or clue tokens or map tokens, and the number of tokens there are that you can get these days just as a side bonus. And it's like, okay, fine. Yeah, I basically consider this an easier to cast Phantom Warrior. That's actually a really good way of looking at it. And so if you're building some kind of uh if you're building some kind of aura based deck where it's like you take some auras, you throw them on creatures, or better, you take some equipment and you throw them on creatures and you start attacking with them and they're unblockable so they get through. Yeah, bouncing beebles are quite viable. Walking sponge. 2 mana one for 1/1 that can make combat so much easier on you. If you want to make combat easier on you and you're playing blue, take a look at this card. Tap, target creature loses flying, first strike, or trample until end of turn. Tell me that's not a really good effect. Now, losing flying, not as big a deal. But losing first strike or trample? Losing trample can be absolutely huge. Like, if you're playing blue and you need help dealing with creatures that are, yeah. And not only that, I've mentioned it before, we are talking casual groups. Playing this politically is perfectly fair game. I can prevent some of that damage for you. How? It doesn't have trample now? Block with your 0/1, block with your 1/1 token? Uh, okay. Or, you know, you're playing blue. You want to be able to attack with something that's flying. Your opponent has one flying creature and nothing with reach because they've got a flyer in place, so they're not so worried. Cool, your creature loses flying till end of turn. Now I'll attack and swing through for a bunch. Yeah, Walking Sponge should be one of those cards that you pay a little more attention to. Anthroplasm is hilarious. Anthroplasm basically turns around and goes, "Yeah, I'm a 2/2 creature initially, but it's also a creature that lets you make it, you know, later in the game. Like the plan is you cast it early, you know, early, and it's a 2/2 creature. But later in the game it can actually get really big. And it's obviously, since we're dealing with +1/+1 counters here. Well, yeah, and the first thing going through my head is if you're playing with green or white and stuff that cares about +1 counters. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. Um, the first card going through my head, obviously Doubling Season is your go-to. But if you're playing that, but the Doubling Season will come into play afterward. Or there's, I think, not Anointed Procession. Isn't there a white card that does +1 counters shenanigans? Let me see the wording on Doubling Season. Really? Really? All right. What's the wording on Anointed Procession? Hardened scales. Oh! There we go. Sort by color. Vizier of Remedies. Okay. So if you're playing white, son of a biscuit. Thank you. So you almost have to play white green. You might be able to get away with playing white red or white black. But for the most part, you'd be playing white green. Okay. Anywho. So if this comes into play afterward, you can then go to tap and put 4 counters on it. The other thing is, those +1/+1 counters, stuff can work with that. Oh shoot, I just realized a thing. Give me a sec here. Okay, we're good. Stuff can work with that, because there's cards that, like, apart from your doubling season hardened scales sort of effect, there's other cards that may turn around and go, hey, by the way, take a counter off a thing to do something else. Um, is that the card I'm thinking of? Yes, Soul Diviner, for example. Tap, remove a counter from an artifact, creature, land, or planeswalker. So basically, most permanent types. That's not. Basically, it's a permanent that's not an enchantment or a battle, because battles didn't exist yet. To draw a card. So you can use that in combination. You can find ways to manipulate that to draw extra cards. Yes, there's easier ways to draw extra cards. My point is you can actually make the +1 counters do something other than just be +1 counters. So you can make use of that. Also, it's a shapeshifter, so if you want to do some silly shapeshifter tribal shenanigans, there's that. Oriflux, making enchantments have an upkeep cost. I think this is actually better than it first appears, because the enchantments see a lot more play in Commanders than it first appears. Let's just do a really quick search here. I'm gonna even rule out auras, because those are less interesting to the conversation here. And rule out the ones that are also creatures, because that's just usually you're looking for them to be creatures, and the fact that they're enchantments is just a random side bonus. EDH rec, and then yeah, that's fine. We'll just do it that way. Rustic Studies, Smothering Tithe, Mystic Remorse, Phyrexian Arena, Uh, these are all cards I expect to see play somewhere. Carrick Surprising, sure, I can see that. Urza Saga, um, I am less likely to think about that one being a card that sees play because it costs more, dollar wise. 40 US means we're looking, well, I might be able to pick one up, not completely unreasonably now. Propaganda and similar effects, yeah. Black market connections, another variant of Phyrexian Arena, realistically. Ghostly Prison, it's another propaganda. Rhythm of the Wild, like this is all stuff that makes sense to me as being playable. And a lot of decks, if you're playing green, you probably want Tribute to the World Tree and you may be wanting Doubling Season. Are you playing a token strategy? Are you playing a strategy that involves counters of some description? Doubling Season, Hardened Skills that they're +1 counters. Um, Guardian Project is such an easy card to throw into a commander deck because most cards that you, most creatures that you produce are, it's going to be the only one of in your deck. So, I would expect you to be basically, this would read whenever a non-token creature you control enters, draw a card. You know, Smothering Tithe, we all know about that. Risk Study, we all know about that. Mystic Remora is basically another Risk Study. Like, most of these are just, yeah, you're going to be playing one of them. Like on this top page, if you're not playing one of these cards, you might want to be taking a look and going, why are you not playing at least one of these? Not saying you should. I'm saying it's not unreasonable that you probably are playing a deck that's got one. And suddenly giving all enchantments upkeeps, an upkeep cost of 2 mana. There's a few different reasons for that. The most common reason I would be playing a card like this is if I am, oh, yeah, I've got a friend who's decided he's going to build a deck around the entire idea of, do you pay the one? So, for example, you know, Ristic Study and Smothering Tithe and Mystic Remora, like these first three cards here, that give you an effect if the opponent does not pay some relevant cost when they do a thing. And so, Auraflux fits nicely in that. Make sure you have ways to produce extra mana more than you normally do, because you're going to have some enchantments that have got that cost, and then go nuts with it. So that's doable. At the beginning of enchant, at the beginning of during the upkeep of enchant creature's controller. Oh, slow motion. This is basically a blue, consistently recurring Diabolic Edict. Most of the time, they're not going to want to pay the 2. So you can actually slowly kill your opponent's creatures bit by bit. And whenever slow motion is put in, whenever the aura dies, basically, it goes back to your hand. So every turn, if they keep sacking their creature, for whatever reason, you get to put this back in your hand. Slow motion? Yes, there's a way around it. But even, I would say, unless it's really late in the game, everyone's got like 10 or 12 lands in play. Any time before that, you know, because if everyone's got like 5 or 6 lanes in play, okay, they're probably still only casting one, maybe 2 spells a turn. If they have like 8 lands, they're probably casting 2. Yargo, I'm trying to remember. You live down near Vancouver, don't you? When I was much younger, I want to say I was like 10-ish. Keep in mind, I live out near Toronto, so like 3 time zones away. We drove out west. I had an aunt and uncle that lived in the suburbs of Vancouver, and we drove out west. Yes, through the Rockies, um, to visit them. And we ended up going to this restaurant, and I distinctly remember we were going there at like something like 2 o'clock in the morning for dinner. And I don't remember exactly what time. I remember it was really late. I'm pretty sure it was after midnight. We went for food. And it was the first time I remember having prawns. Like, or at least the first time I remember having prawns, because I'm at that point I'm like, what the heck are these? I think they're related to shrimp if I remember right. I remember I enjoyed them. I remember they were I thoroughly enjoyed them. Sea bugs. See? Bugs. But yeah, slow motion, definitely a card that I would be. Actually, I probably need to pin down a copy of that. And no, I can't throw it in a deck I was thinking of putting it in. My mono blue commons only deck is Take Me Down to Cantrip City. I even wanted my removal in this deck to be, to draw me cards. Draws a card, draws a card, draw 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 a card. As many cards as I could. There's a reason why this particular deck, um, you know, even a bunch of my lands can, draw cards or manipulate the top of my deck. 22, 29. Yeah, this deck runs like 33 lands. Because if you take a look at what the deck actually does, it draws so many lands, it's not even funny. And I know if I hit like 3 lands, this deck is just gonna run out. It's just gonna run. But in any other sort of deck where I run, especially if I'm running commons and I want like a blue removal spell, um, Demir, I may want to consider throwing it in, and Azorius. Azorius I might actually want it for. Maybe. But it's certainly a card for consideration that I completely forget exists. Fancy Chinese restaurants do the Alaskan king crab. Get 3 dishes out of them. Yeah, like one crab is 3 dishes. 3. Merklurker. Ciao Raven Familiar. When it comes into play, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one in your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So, kind of like Scry 3 Draw 1. You are getting one of the top 3 cards of your library. Um, Raven Familiar. I've seen it feel like this is like a combo piece. Anything. So any creature that you can find a way to return back to your hand somehow. You add like, then you add something like Alluring or Omniscience or something of that nature. And, some way to force it back to your hand. Umbilicus? Is that the card I'm thinking of? Umbilicus. I don't remember. No. Well, I mean, umbilicus does work, just not quite what I'm thinking of, because this is, you know, every turn. Although that being said, if they don't, they return a permanent they control to his hand. So you stack the triggers so that the Echo Cost goes on and stack first, then the Umbilicus. You resolve the Umbilicus first. You don't pay the 2 life. You return the Raven Familiar back to hand. Then Echo tries to resolve. You choose not to pay the cost. You can't sacrifice it. So nothing happens. And then with Omniscience or Alluring or whatever, you get to play it again. And every turn you get an extra free card out of out of the top 3. And eventually, if you could start like tracking what's where in your deck, and then if you're not shuffling, it's like, hey, by the way, now I know the order of my deck. Second Chance. Second Chance is kind of cute. 3 mana. During your upkeep, if you have 5 life or less, sacrifice Second Chance and take an extra turn after this one. So you know what I was saying here earlier about, Opal Adventure when you have 10 life or less? Second Chance, if you're playing blue, should go in the same deck. And, I mean, hilariously, if you're playing with a card along the lines of Lich, you know, which sets your life to 0, basically. As this enchantment enters, you lose life equal to your life total. Your life total becomes 0, etc., etc., etc. Then, a Second Chance, if it's still around on your next upkeep, you're going to sacrifice it right away and draw an extra card, or take an extra turn. That seems pretty decent. There are ways to manipulate this. There's all sorts of ways to play around Second Chance and make it work for you. Or you could just do it, or you could just sit around and wait for it to you know, wait to for it to trigger naturally. Uh, King Crab, 6 mana for 4/5. Eh? Oh boy. Uh, but pay a green and one other. Tap. Put target creature on top of its owner's library. So I think I actually put that in my zoo deck. Abilities granted. Removal. Yeah, King Crab, right here. Meow? Come on. Alright, is that working? Okay. You pop out. You pop out. Whoops. I'm going to have some fun time trying to figure out how to merge this crap together. But hopefully this works now. No idea what happened there. Bloody hell. Sorry, trying to set stuff back up the way I had it. Because, you know. There. Close that up for now. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Bloody hell. Oh, yeah. And, oh, bloody hell. Anywho. Raven Familiar, we got 3. Right. King Crab. Alright, that's where I left off. So, King Crabs, the thing I realized is, like I was saying before, green sees a lot of play by itself and in combination with other colors. So being able to take a creature and put on top of an owner's deck can actually do a lot. Now, this obviously has got a couple of uses. Just like any, return something back somewhere. You can either do it to somebody else's stuff, which is the general assumption that's going to happen here. Or you can do it to your own stuff. If you're doing it to somebody else's stuff, they attack with a giant dragon or whatever, it's like, haha, no. And that's one way of preventing damage is, it's not going to connect. But then what you can do is you can combine it with cards like Thragtusk. Let's bring this down to about there. Which specifically says when it leaves the battlefield, I might add, you make a 3/3 token. So Thragtusk ends up getting to be really dangerous because it's just, you get value when it enters and when it leaves the battlefield. So you can just keep gaining a bunch of life every turn and making a bunch of tokens. Yeah, it's going to cost you 7 mana per turn cycle. But you get a 3/3 and 5 life every turn, and you're spending 7 mana, and that can obviously be reduced by reducing the cost of the Thragtusk. Intervene, great card. Funny thing about Intervene, there's a white variant of this card. I can't remember. I think it's Rebuff the Wicked. No, not Rebuff the Wicked. Not Dawn. I don't think it's Dawn Charm. Targets you. No. This targets a permanent you control. Counter targets spell that targets a ID equal white. No? Okay. No? Okay. But this can be a spell that targets any creature. So you can Swords of Plowshares, if player A is targeting player C with, one of player C's creatures with, Swords of Plowshares or whatever, you can go, nah, I want that creature to stay in play. Spells that target creatures, not just instants and sorceries, also auras target when you cast them. Which also means that if you bestow a creature, if you bestow something onto another creature, that also counts. So Intervene, really good. I was almost done blue and then it crashed. I don't know why it crashed. Black. Tethered Scourge. 2/2 flyer, when it becomes target of a spell or ability, lose 1 life. Honestly, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Foul Imp is better. However, I just realized there's one time when you actually want a card like this. And just like I mentioned before about gaining life being, you know, gaining a bunch of life at once versus gaining 1 life a bunch of times. Tethered Scourge is, you know, losing 1 life every time it's targeted. First of all, people are not going to target it. Like, if somebody's targeting it with something, it's a removal spell. Let me just pull this up real quick. Sorry, given my computer's already crashed twice, I do not completely trust stuff right now. So first of all, there's that. So, fine, you lose 1 life from somebody going, hey, lightning bolted, or path to exile it, or whatever. Second of all, if it is going to get targeted multiple times, you get multiple targeting, you know, you lose 1 multiple times. There's Zorling. Zorling is going to want you to play with He's going to want you to play with life loss. Opponent, each opponent, for each opponent, for each player who life. So Stefan, create a blood token for each player who lost life this turn. Most of these are going to turn around and say you know, are going to ask about opponents losing life. But Stefan, Maurer Progenitor, wants a player to lose life. Baitor. Baitor is the one I was thinking of. Return creature equal to the mana value of the amount of life you lost this turn. This will make you get basically 2/2 zombie. Not actually zombie, but might as well be a zombie. Rowan, Scion of War, lets you cast stuff cheaper, but for it, choose another target creature, put number +1 counters. Willow Dusk is going to make you... Yeah, all of these are going to let you... are going to let you do stuff with the fact that you lost life. So Tethered Scourge can actually find a home. It's rare, it's difficult. Well, it's actually uncommon. But it's not completely out of whack. Rank and file. This basically comes into play and blows up all squirrels or saplings or elves that don't have another buff going on. That's basically what this does. It's alright. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Although that being said, again, you know, if you're playing a zombie deck, wouldn't be completely unhappy if somebody threw it in their 99. Because it can kill a lot of stuff. You turn around and you aim your, you know, your premium removal at Lord Effects, and then you go rank and file. Poof. I have a 3/3. Your board is empty. It's not bad, all things considered. Whenever a creature is put into an opponent's graveyard from the battlefield, so Lurking Scourge, 2 mana. This usually reads whenever one of your opponent's creatures dies. The reason it's worded the way it is because... There it is. The reason it's worded the way it is because if the creature is on, let's say, I have a creature, you gain control of it, and then the creature gets blown up, it's going to... Usually dies means that it's going into, you know, it's on my side of the battlefield, it's going into my graveyard. This is going into my graveyard from your side of the battlefield. But as long as the creature hits the graveyard and it's going into somebody else's graveyard, this becomes a 2 mana 3/2 flyer. And it's just the waiting game. That's actually pretty good, and I am going to want to put that in my, you know, in my, no, I've had to shrink this down a bit. Control home. There we go. I am going to want to put this in into the mono red deck. Yes, things look slightly different. I have Windows 11 on one drive, Windows 10 on another. Windows 11 is crashing. Windows 10 seems to be a bit safer right now. 2 and 3. But yeah, Lurking Scourge, definitely going into that deck. Lurking Scourge, if you just simply want to play with undercosted creatures, Lurking Scourge is pretty good. You're going to have a 2 mana 3/2 flyer. That's, you know, it might take a couple of turns before it becomes a flyer, but it's going to be a 3/2 flyer. It should not take long. Sick and Tired. Not not a great card. It's basically going to take 2 small creatures and kill them both off. You know, anything that's bigger than like an X1, it's just going to be like, okay. If this was, you know, 2 target creatures each get a -1/-1 counter, it would be a lot more playable, you know, through all the proliferate shenanigans and everything else that you can do, but it's not really. Eh? I would easily put out of this row. I think Second Tired should actually be at the bottom. Eviscerator. 5 mana for 5/5 pro white. Enters and you lose 5 life. Okay. The easiest way to deal with this is throwing a card like Vampiric Link or Basilisk Collar or what have you on it, and just go from there. That being said, it's a 5/5 pro white. The funny thing is, you have Hudson Shade, which is 6 mana for 5/5 with pro white. Triple black +3. This is 1 black less. When it enters, you lose 5 life. But because this is a 5 mana creature, this is a lot more playable. It's literally the same thing, except, oh, and the fact that Hudson Shade is a legendary creature. Personally, I still prefer the OG art, but I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying this art is bad. I'm saying I prefer this one. And Masters 25 was actually the first art for that. Interesting. And then they used the same art for the... Okay. Anyway. This is legendary though, so you can use this as your general if that's the thing you want to do. Or some legendary synergies like, you know, some of the, is it Mox Amber I'm thinking of, and some of the other stuff that cares about historic permanence and what have you. This doesn't get through that. This doesn't get to do that. Anyway, I mean, Eviscerate is fine. It's a reasonably. Are you kidding me? What on earth? That was Twitch. You. Why are you crashing? How about it? I don't get it. This is possible. This may be a stream that I have to cut short and continue another day. It's weird. Phyrexian Denouncer. This is not too bad. This can, you know, similar to what, you know, to what was being similar to what was being suggested about the expendable troops. You know, block 1 creature and decide to kill something else. Phyrexian Denouncer can also be used similarly here. You know, block one creature and then sack it to kill or help kill something else. Phyrexian Defiler, same idea. It's just, you know, the -3/-3 is actually likely to kill something else. I would, Giant Cockroach, 4 mana, 4/2 with, you know, with no abilities whatsoever. I would put this out of this entire row. I'd put the cockroach at the bottom. The rest actually do something. Phyrexian Debaser, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer, which is not terrible. Tap and stack it to give creature -2/-2 till end of turn. You know, this is more likely, like, the Defiler and the Debaser are fairly similar in terms of power level, in my opinion. You know, they're actually likely to get through. Like, the Defiler is just going to brute force its way through a lot of combat. The Debaser is going to swing quite often for a bit. But yeah, I'd put the cockroach down here. The Debaser and the Defiler, yeah, being pretty equal, I can see that. All of the, apart from the cockroach, I could see myself playing with any of the rest of these. The Phyrexian Broodlings, I think I have this in my mono black common stack. I know I've considered it. Visual spoiler. And this is sack a creature. So this would be sack to me. Yeah, Phyrexian Broodlings. Yeah, pay 1, sack a creature, put +1 counter on the Broodlings. Yeah. Definitely a thing. You know, depending on the kind of deck, like, obviously if you're building an aristocrat style deck and you're not restricting yourself to commons, like that deck is, there's better options. But if you are restricting yourselves to commons, or you're restricting yourself on budget, is another possibility, then this is an option. Brink of Madness. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have no cards in hand. Yeah. This is the kind of card that you want to play if your Hellbenter can get yourself to Hellbent. Go away. And if that's a thing, you know, if getting yourself Hellbent is not unrealistic, you know, it's not unrealistic. Cool, at the end of my turn, I do this and I have no cards in hand. Start of my turn, hey, I have no cards in hand. Cool, you can pitch your hand now. Oh, you had Reliquary Terror in play? Guess what? You're losing your entire hand. That's when you get to troll somebody for having too many, you know, for being greedy. That being said, you know, I would, a deck like Waste Not, you know, something of that nature, building around the idea of Waste Not or Aclazotz. I can see that being a thing here. But, yeah, Brink of Madness, if I'm not building, yeah, I probably wouldn't. Okay, that's just fluctuating then. SWAT. Destroy target creature, power 2 less. The only thing that makes me have any interest in this card is that it's got cycling. Other than that, at 3 mana, no, I can... It's easy enough for me to just kill a creature at 2 mana nowadays. Usually still going to have some kind of restriction to it, but I mean, cast down, for example. You know, which, you know, we mentioned earlier, and it's like destroy target non-legendary creature. This only came out in Dominaria. How did we end up with it? Oh, that was CLB 2018. Oh. Interesting. So apart from this collab, I want to know where this one came from. But apart from that, we've already had 2 different arts for it. Weird. Anyway, yeah, it's fine. But again, for actual removal, there's better options. I think you might even be able to XL for 3 mana nowadays. Then if you're playing it because it's got cycling, there's going to be better cycling cards. Red cards. Red card. Fusion Bay. 4 mana, 4/3. If it's ever declared as an attacker, every other creature you've got has to attack as well. I think there's 2 ways to play that. One, it's a 4/3 wall that once wall can attack. Well, actually, there's a couple ways to do that. 2, have it be like the only creature in play, or the other creatures that you've got can't attack. For example, they have Defender. Or C, just take what it says and find a way to embrace it. Ishin might want a card like this. You know, when you've got other creatures that have attack triggers. Ishin or Kalia the Vast. Actually, Ishin is the same color scheme as Kalia the Vast. They're both Mardu. So have Ishin as your general, Kalia as Kalia of the Vast in the 99. Ishin. Yeah. Have Ishin do something else, like you use him and Springleaf Drum to tap for mana. Viashino Bay attacks, forcing Kalia to attack as well. Kalia attacks, you get 2 of her trigger, dropping 2 creatures into play for free that are tapped and attacking, any of which can be angels, demons, or dragons. Man, that could be a fun way to build it. But Viashino Bay often wants you to play... What's the word I'm looking for? Wanting you to play aggressively. Again, this can also be one of those cards to force somebody to be aggressive. Get to Fire Reader. 3 mana for a 2/2. Tap and sack it to deal damage equal to its power to any target. No, go away. So, what you ideally want to do is find a way to pump this. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Draconic Destiny, throw that on it. Where's my red deck? Squee. Visual spoiler. Crown of Flames, Draconic Destiny, Escape Velocity, Fiery Mantle, Undying Range. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like these 4 here. Let's shrink this down a little bit. Like move, get to Fire Breathing, and basically from here across I could see going into a deck that did that. What? How did you hit 82 degrees already? Ah, shit. I am not liking this. Something is definitely wrong. Like my computer says the CPU is currently at 50 degrees. I've only had the computer up and running again for about the last 35 minutes or so. Where's Task Manager? There it is. 42 minutes. And it already... Oh, tell me that's... I hope that's outside I'm smelling. But apparently it already hit 82 degrees at some point. I do not like the sound of that. But yeah, if you can play... Like... You know what? I'm curious. There's 28 nomads. Sort by color. Bunch of whites. Some red. You have a black activation. Alright. Mardu. You'd have to leave these 2 out. Or you could play... Well, no. Oh, no, that's fine. So you could play white, red. So you could play Naya, and you'd have to rule out the Possessed Nomad, but that, other than that, you're fine. Okay. And what do you guys look like? You'd want some amount of threshold. It'd be harder to build a cohesive deck around it, but it wouldn't be impossible, but it'd be harder to build an actual cohesive deck around it. It's a challenge, right? But yeah, I mean, that would definitely be playable there. Parch, I think, is actually a decent creature altogether. This and like Thunderbolt. Two mana, 3 damage to target player or planeswalker. Or 4 damage to target flyer. Parch, 2 damage to any target. 4 damage to target blue creature. I mean, I think they're both quite playable. The question is whether or not they're playable in Commander. I think Thunderbolt is more playable because I think you're more likely to see creatures with flying than blue creatures. But by the same token, it does have the worst case scenario ability of like 2 damage to any target. And 2 damage is enough to actually kill some things. It can also take the last couple of counters off, off a planeswalker, or help flip a battle or whatever. So yeah, okay, Parch, I would say playable. Pygmy Power Sword, I love this card. 2 mana for 1/1 with fire breathing. It can't block. Okay. This is probably the cheapest you can reasonably get a creature with fire breathing. It's going to be really hard to get to find a way to build a mana value less than, let's go, mana value less than 4 and ID equal red. Sort by mana value. Okay. Bellows Wizard. 2 mana activate. Fire Drink Satyr, 2 mana activate, and what deals 1 damage to you, and whenever it's dealt damage, deals 1 damage to you. You're an aura, you don't count. This is a 0/2. This is actually the cheapest you can get. But with something that's got at least 1 power? Oh, Lightning Berserker. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the cheaper cards, not all of them obviously, but a lot of the cheaper cards. Okay, so 2 mana So Pygmy Power Store, if you can get away with taking the can't block off. Even at common, because you start seeing things like Firebelly Changeling. Oh, you can't activate no more than twice each turn. That being said, a lot of them are going to be 2 mana to activate, but they'll have like a compensation, like being a 2/2 or something instead. For 1 mana, you can actually get Flamekin Brawler, Lightning Berserker, and basically just those. Alright. So yeah, at 2 mana, it's not unreasonable, but there are better options, but it's not completely unreasonable. Okay. Get 2 Fire Slinger. Three mana for 2/2. When it enters 2 damage to any target, but it's got Echo. I think nowadays you can probably get the Echo taken off. I know there's also that card that's got, was it Vanishing, and comes up, is it Killing Marauders? Yeah, when it enters or leaves, 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. Vanishing of 2 for 2 mana 3/3. Okay. The heck is that? Defender of Chaos. There's the white analog to this, which we did earlier, obviously. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Yeah, there it is. Defender of Law. 3 mana for a 2/1 flash pro white or pro red. This is Defender of Chaos. This is the flip side. It has protection from white. And I think this might be slightly more playable because of it. So, sorry, one of my roommates messaged me saying they smell something weird. I smell it, but considering the time of year and how warm it's getting and stuff like that, I'm assuming it's coming from outside. I'm hoping it's coming from outside. But yeah, this seems fine. This seems playable, and probably more playable than the white version. Pyromancy. This would be so much better if the discard was not at random, which tends to be the case with a lot of red cards. You know, a lot of older red cards that make you discard cards for some cost or some effect, is they want the discard to be random. So what you tend to want to do is you tend to want to manipulate your deck, your hand in such a way that you've only got higher mana spells in your hand. And then when you discard it, you're hitting for like 6, 8, 14 damage or what have you. But it's also got to be stuff that you're comfortable discarding. So, harder to build, because of the random discard, it's harder to deal with. It's still a thing, but it's harder to build around. Viashino Cutthroat. This is like playing with, it's the same cost and size as Juggernaut. But instead of the rules text that Juggernaut has, which is, I think it has to attack every turn and it can't be blocked by walls, this has got haste, but it comes back to hand every turn. So this is basically, you're paying 4 mana every turn, dealing 5 damage by getting it back to your hand. So it's kind of like a recursive burn spell that can be blocked. If that's the sort of, like, if you're the kind of person who would play Ragavan, the one that's in Modern, Ragavan Nimble Pio for, oh wow, you're down to like $30. Nice. If you're the kind of person that would play Ragavan, that's funny. If you're the kind of person that would play Ragavan by dashing it every turn, rather than actually casting it, rather than casting it normally and having it stay in play. If you're the kind that would have this bounce back to your hand, then you may very well be in the market for, Viashino Cutthroat. And you could actually build a deck around that. You'd end up having to generate a bunch more mana than usual because you'll be recasting this stuff on the regular. But that's an option. Rack and Ruin. I find it hard to believe you couldn't find 2 artifacts to blow up with this. I find it very difficult that you couldn't find 2 artifacts. Somebody having a Soul Ring or a Coveted Jewel or something of that nature. And, I target your Soul Ring and your Clue token. Or I target your Crucible of Worlds and your whatchamacallit, Mycosynth Lattice, or whatever. Finding 2 artifacts to blow up and spending a single card to do it, that should be easy. Molten Hydra. If you're playing Hydras, you really should be playing this card. Because, first of all, a red card that just allows you to straight up, I'm going to just spend mana and put more counters on it. Like, just after a card is already in play, being able to spend more mana just to put counters on is really, really nice. And it doesn't say do it only as a sorcery, so you can do it at any time. Cool. It's about to be my turn again at the end of turn. Yeah, I got an extra 6 mana. I'll put 2 more counters on it. Oh my dog. And it starts off as a 1/1, which makes sense because you have to pay mana and put additional counters on. Tap and remove all the +1 counters from it. It deals damage to any target equal to the number of +1 counters removed this way. So if you remove 6 counters from it, it's going to deal, it's going to deal 6 damage, which of course can be increased via, your typical fiery emancipations and your, I think, Torbrand and a few other legends have similar abilities and what have you. And then you just start building up more counters. And if you're playing green, so you're probably playing Hydras, so you're doubling season, then you get 3 mana, you get 2 counters on it, or Hardened Skills, 3 mana gets you 2 counters, etc., etc. Yeah, I can see that being a thing. Get to Warcry. I like Get to Warcry when you're looking at a deck that's going to have a bunch of creatures into it. Because this is basically... The fun thing about Get to Warcry is it's target creature, not target creature you control. And this is going to be a common statement, I'm finding with especially a lot of older cards. Older cards quite commonly say target creature, not target creature you control. And as a result, it allows for more political shenanigans. It also allows for some really weird shenanigans. Like when you have, if your opponent has got something weird like, I'll go back to this guy again, Phantasmal Bear. Whenever this creature becomes target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. Cool, I'll pay 1 red mana, give your creature +1/+0. Oh, it died. The drawback of playing, Illusion Tribal based on Phantasmal Bear, Phantasmal Dragon, all that other stuff, is if you don't have an effect like Lord of the Unreal out, your creatures die to your opponent going, by the way, give your guy +1+. Like, it dies to Giant Growth. I target your creature with Giant Growth. Okay, dies. But again, this can also be used to, you're like 3 points. Okay, I'm going to pump your creature by 3 points. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to pump your creature by 3 points. Okay, the dragon's dead now. Okay. Get some political stuff going on. That's always fun. Fiational Sandscape. I would generally be, for the kind of deck where I'm recasting the stuff over and over again, stuff like, the Cutthroat, I might be less interested in the Sand Scout, because the 2/1 just... The fact that it's, a 2/1 with haste is nice, but it comes back to hand at the end of turn, and I don't want to be paying that extra 2 mana to do, 2 damage, and then it's going to die in a couple of turns. You know, give me Ash Zealot. I get a 2/2 for 2 with first strike and haste. Bloodthirsty Adversaries, a 2/2 with haste. Cunning Coyote is a 2/2 with haste. Devoted Duelist is a 2/1 with haste. I'm even ignoring the stuff that has like activated haste or this, that, whatever. I'm just saying like a 2-power creature with haste for 2 mana. Earthshaker Kenra's got it, is a 2/1 with haste. Emberheart Challenger is a 2/2 with haste. Felden is a 2/2 with haste. Fugitive Codebreaker is a 2/1 prowess haste. Goblin Warrior Buggy, yeah, go away. Technically, yes, but yeah, go away. Loyal Apprentice is a 2/1 with haste. Minotaur de Force is a 2/1 with haste with other junk. Nest Robber is a 2/1 with haste. Prowcatcher Specialist is a 2/1 with haste. Reckless Pirate Surfer is a 2/2 with haste. Red Herring is a 2/2 with haste that has to attack each combat. Resilient Roadrunner is a 2/2 with haste and protection from coyotes, which is hilarious. Which also means, as I've said before, hey, if you have a creature type, you have all creature types, you're also a coyote. Robber the Rich is a 2/2 with reach and haste. Speedway Fanatic is a 2/1 with haste. Valley Dasher is a 2/2 with haste. Almost every single one of those I would play before I played the Sand Scout. And, you know, like I said, even the deck where it's like I'm bouncing creatures back to my hand every turn, I would probably, unless I actually wanted the, to actually just have it come back into play, or back into my hand just to replay it, and not be, like the attacking didn't matter, just a free return back to my hand, that I could see use for. You know, if you're doing stuff with, like, as an example, Intruder Alarm. Something like that I could see. So, it's not unplayable. It's just less likely that I would find a use for it. But it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. Green cards. Soaknut. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains reach till end of turn for a single green. That's, that's not bad. But, like, this is the kind of card I would want to throw on Icecrown Scepter. But, that being said, for something like that, Spider Silk Armor is just so much better for that. Because realistically, the real reason that you're playing that card is to give something reach. For an extra 2 mana, give all your guys reach. Or find ways to give you guys flying instead. If you're looking at something to throw on Icecrown Scepter, Evolution Charm is not a bad call. Search for a land and put in your hand. Return a creature back from your graveyard to your hand. Or target creature gains flying till end of turn. not an unreasonable card in any of its modes. I would probably rather play that if I want to worry about flying creatures. That or Spider Silk Armor. I can understand why you're at the bottom. You have a Scion? 5 mana for 4/4 pro artifacts. The big thing that I see this doing is the fact that you can't equip it. It can't have it can't be equipped. Somebody tries to put an equipment on it, it's like, well, if it's being targeted with, if somebody's trying to target it with equipability or with Brass Squire, can't target it in the first place because it's coming from an artifact. Is something tries to attach it to the Scion, like Magnetic Theft, okay, it comes over and falls right off because protection from artifacts. It can't be equipped. So that's like the #1 place that I can see this being a thing. There are some artifact creatures and other artifacts that are going to be, they're going to be a pain to deal with. But in general, this is basically protection from equipment. So, it's fine. Wing Snare. There's better cards than this. Because all this does, to be fair, it's actually pretty good at. But all this does is destroy target creature with flying for 3 mana. Again, still a really good effect. But sort by mana value. An activated ability that lets you do that. It's an option. But at 2 mana, you have an incident has occurred as a sorcery. Bamboo Archer, you can channel it to destroy a flyer. Foul Strike, destroy target creature with flying for 2 mana. Paw Patch Formation, destroy 3 different options, one of which is destroy target creature with flying. Plummet, destroy target, like just straight up. Sarkhan's Resolve, cross between Giant Growth or Plummet. Aerial Predation is an instant Wing Snare that also gains you 2 life. By the time you're hitting 3 mana, you're getting a bunch of destroy target creature with flying and some kind of bonus added onto it. Tornadoes up, bonus as well. First it's an instant, second it's got cycling. Sagittarius Volley deals damage, deals 1 damage to each of your opponent's flyers. Pisces Strike deals, gives its controller poison counter, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah. If you're considering playing Wing Snare, you have much better option. Like, there's 16 cards. I don't like playing uncards, but an incident has occurred. I see this as destroy target creature with flying. you may apologize if you do gain 3 life. So, apologize, destroy target creature with flying, gain 3 life. For 2 mana. Much better than Wing Snare. And you only have 7 art, so I can't build a an artist deck based on you. You also basically just did what set are you? Portal Second Age and Legacy. Dark Watch Owls, 3 mana, 2/2 pro black cycling. It's fine. Again, if it doesn't do the thing that you're looking for, you cycle it for 2. But it's protection from black. Again, probably one of the 2 most commonly played colors in Commander. One of the top 2 played monocolors from my experience, and one of the and a color that sees play in a bunch of different combinations. Yeah, probably gonna get through a lot more than it appears. Gang of Velk. Gang of Velk's wording looks like its printed wording looks more quickly and easily understandable than its Oracle text. The Oracle text is technically correct. The printed wording just makes it easier to pick up what's going on. Whenever a creature blocks Gang of Velk, the elk gets +2/+2 till end of turn. So, and it's whenever a creature blocks it. So if it's blocked by 3 creatures, it gets 3 instances of +2/+2. So it's going to be +6/+6, which is going to make it 11/10. This is one of those cards that just goes, yeah, you don't want to block me, do you? You don't really want to block me, do you? Because here's the thing. The first creature that blocks this makes this into a 7/6 till end of turn. If your opponent is playing with a group of 3/3 creatures, the first creature that blocks is going to make it into a 7/6. The second creature that blocks is going to make it into a 9/8. The third creature that blocks it, 7, 9, 11, 10. The fourth creature that blocks it, it's going to take 4 3/3 creatures to actually kill it. 4 of them. Just think about that for a moment. And 3/3 is not, I mean, it's not exactly a small creature. It's going to take 4 3/3s. That's a, that's a hill giant. Yeah. That is going to push through a lot of damage and your opponent. And if they're blocking, don't even bother trying to. The funny thing is, if your opponent blocks with like 1/1s and 2/2s, barring an effect like Death Touch, if they're blocking with like 1/1s and 2/2s, if they're 2/2s, just let them block with as many 2/2s as they want, and it will eat them all. If they're 1/1s, let them block as much as you want, then give it trample as an instant somehow, and go, and by the way, all your creatures die, and you take 5 plus the amount of creatures that you blocked with. Yeah. Let's do some math. Wait, but Yeah. Yeah, that's dangerous. Tree Folk Mystic. 4 mana for 2/4. Whenever, basically, if it tangles with a creature that's got Urza on it, all those Urzas go bye-bye. Again, another one of these cards where if you're going to play this card, I say good for you. And not in a sarcastic way. People like doing stuff like loading up their creatures with Urza. You know, I'm playing Zur the Enchanter. I can't this. Okay, fine. Tree Folk Mystic. Maybe I throw Nemesis Mascot, so you have to block it. I check. Okay, I block with Zur. Cool. All the enchantments fall off. What? Yeah, all the enchantments fall off. But they all fall off. It's not my fault. Yeah. Annoying AF to deal with. Again, you want to play it? Go ahead and play it. Harmonic Convergence. 3 mana instant. Put all enchantments on top of their owner's libraries. Again, what I said before about the number of enchantments that see play in Commander. It's not unreasonable for... I would say it's not unreasonable for the typical player to have 2 or 3 enchantments of some sort in play. Let's say 2 for the average player. Which probably means that, you know, maybe this person has 1, this person's got 1, and this person's got 4. Harmonic Convergence. Take your 4 enchantments and put them back on top of your deck. So you know what you're drawing for the next 4 turns. Wait, what? Oh, by the way, I also point out that it's an instant. You have somebody that's got 4 enchantments in play. Alright, I'm going to crack my fetch land. I'm going to search for a basic. Or I'm going to search for a surveil land or whatever. Okay, hold on. What? Before you pick up your deck, Harmonic Convergence, put your enchantments back on top of your deck. Okay, now you can search. That's a really fun way of doing, you know, basically Back to Nature. I think Back to Nature does the same thing. Oh, no, it doesn't. Back to Nature blows them up. Oh, that's funny. Back to Nature blows them up if they're somehow indestructible or whatever. Harmonic Convergence doesn't destroy them. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, have fun with that. Also, even better is if, you know, hey, I've got all my creatures are indestructible. This. Turn them all into enchantments and then do that. You have a Mireworm? This might be the first time we actually saw power creep over Crawlworm. I think. Because Crawlworm was basically this cost. It was the exact same cost. It was the exact same size. And it was just a 6/4. And that was it. Same cost, same size. But now it gained trample. Now I mean, there is better than that. There is better than that by now. We have, whatchamacallit, I can't remember what you're called now. Colossal Dreadmaw. Yeah, that's the card I was thinking of. Yeah, now we've got Colossal Dreadmaw, which is the same, but again, it's been power crept out. But that's actually a fair bit of the way through to get there. I mean, it's still an okay card. It's just we have better options now. I think if you want to be playing with ancient cards, it's still a fine option. Moltani Presence. Again, one of those cards that if you want to go play it, go ahead. Whenever a spell you cast is countered, draw a card. This, I think, not unreasonably can draw you 2 or 3 cards a game for a single green mana. I think that is a reasonable consideration. So, yeah, it's still fine. It's not crazy amazing, but it's fine. Obviously, if you're playing in, 60 card formats, maybe a couple of these in your sideboard and dropping into play on turn 1 is kind of good. But, yeah, in Commander, I think it'd still be fine. It should, and it's any spell. It's not whenever, although it has to actually get countered. A spell that doesn't resolve, a spell that doesn't resolve because its targets are illegal isn't countered. So this ability won't trigger. This is a change from previous rules. I wonder. Tawny's Presence isn't countered. It used to be what was called countered upon resolution. Did they change that? I'll have to... son of a biscuit. Again? What on earth is going on here? I swear, my stream does not want to listen to me tonight. So weird. But yeah, that should be fine. Simian Grunts. 3/4 flash echo. Honestly, these days, you're probably looking at this being this and not having Echo. You could probably just skip that now. Moltani's Acolyte, 2 green for 2/1 with Echo. When it enters, draw a card. Honestly, for this in an elf deck is actually pretty decent. I think I might have even put it into my mono green. Yeah, I put it into my mono green commons only elves deck. Did I put you in Golgari? I don't remember. No. Because once I get out of commons, I have other options now. Leaf Crown Dryad. Frontier Guide helping me get lands out so I can actually draw into more elves. I don't have Elvish Vanguard in, or not Elvish Visionary. But I do have I don't? Llanowar Visionary. Weird. I'm not drawing that many cards, apparently. Overwhelming Instinct lets me draw. I do have some cycling, not a lot, but some. That's interesting. Huh. My common stack might actually be better. Anyway, but Moltani's Acolyte is actually, it is actually reasonable. And having to pay an extra 2 green next turn, It's a slightly larger Llanowar Visionary. Sometimes that's what you need. Weather Seed Dryad. Tap, target creature gains Forest Rock till end of turn. Again, so target creature gains Forest Rock till end of turn. My favorite comparison is Funeral Charm. Even though technically it has only 3 modes, I like to say it has 5. Target player discards a card is 1 mode. Target creature gets +2/-1 till end of turn. I'm either pumping a creature for power, or I'm killing off something small. Target creature gains Swamp Walk till end of turn. If I'm attacking with it, I'm pushing through damage. Blocking a creature, giving it Swamp Walk doesn't make sense. But if I'm playing black and I give my opponent's creature Swamp Walk, I can't block it, which means I'm taking the damage. But since it's unblockable, anything that I could try to block with it, well, I can't block now. So potentially I save my creatures. Weather Seed Elf. Tap, target creature gains Forest Walk till end of turn. Definitely a playable card when you're looking at it from that perspective, especially since you're playing green. You may be playing with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, so everything's a forest. Also, if you're playing with you have a Maya Cradle of Growth and making everything into a forest, well, suddenly, again, you can choose somebody else's creature to target and have fun there. So yeah, that, and plus it's an elf. Have fun with that option as well. So, no, okay. Cool. Colored artifacts didn't exist yet. Let's go through. Do you mind? Let's go through these first few artifacts. Let's just do, I don't know, just do 8. It's probably fine. 18 is a bit more than I want to do right now. Thren War Machine. 4 mana, cost 4, echo 4, for 4/5, attacks each combat fable. I would just not. If I had to decide between this and like a 4 mana 4/4 or 4 mana 4/3 without echo and attacks each turn of each combat fable, I would just take the slightly smaller creature. Well, usually. I think if it didn't have this additional line of having to attack each combat, I think if it didn't have that, I might see my way to it. Thren Weaponry, again, proto equipment. 4 to cast, echo cost, you can choose not to untap it. However, usually for artifact that's like 3 or 4 mana, that you can choose not to untap. 2 tap, target creature gets +2/+2 for as long as this remains tapped. This is all creatures. So you could look at this, for example, as, this is one of those cards, this is the sort of kind of card that you might want to consider playing. If you're playing a deck where you are going to have more creatures than your opponent. And that's your way to win. I have numeric supremacy. I have more bodies than you do. Roar. And so you push 3 damage that way. And Thren Weaponry. Cool. I have 12 creatures. You've got 3. You're getting +6/+6. I'm getting +24/+24. I have 9 more creatures than you. So they're going to get +2 power. So you're going to take an extra 18 damage if you don't deal with, don't deal with this stuff. So yeah, Thren Weaponry might actually be a consideration, which I understand why that's above the Thren War Machine. Ticking Gnomes. 3 mana for a 3/3. Sack it to deal 1 damage to any target. Yeah. This is basically like another Mog Fanatic that's but this one's like bigger and has an echo cost. But yeah, if you're looking to do some weird, there's some weird loop involving Karmic Guide and Reveillark. Now, if you plan on doing something like that and reanimating Mog Fanatic, you might be able to pull off, depending on how things. No, well. Karmic Guide, return target creature. Reveillark. Power 2 or less. Okay. So you would bring back Karmic Guide, not Ticking Gnomes. There might still be a way to make the Ticking Gnomes work. You just have to use something other than Reveillark. But that might be an option. Thread Lens, 2 mana, all permanents are colorless. Doesn't do anything. Well, what Thread Lens does is it makes color protection and similar effects more difficult to deal with. Your red elemental blast, blue elemental blast, pyroblast, and hydroblast, you know, cards of those nature, when trying to blow up a thing that's in play, Thread Lens just turns around and goes, it's not the droids you're looking for. What? It's not the droids you're looking for. So Strawberry System. Are you sure? Oh, what are you working on? What are you currently working on? I myself have got that let's build one deck for every color and color combination thing going on. So I have a few decks that I'm working on. But people that know me also know I like building weird stuff. So like I have a mono blue deck. I have it built that feels like a mono green ramp deck. I'm not decking 80 or sword decks with commanders that suit the fighters in Smash Bros. Oh god. Wait, how do you net deck those? Like are you talking stuff like, you know, Kirby and Link and Mario and all that stuff? Or Mr. Game & Watch? I feel weird that I know what Mr. Game & Watch is. Metaphorically assigning universes within legends that fit the bills. Okay. Yeah, like if you end up with, I mean, it's, I know in at least one version of Smash Brothers, or Super Smash Brothers, I think it's called, you can play Ryu from Street Fighter. And so that at least you've already got an option. But man, try to go through that sort of thing. for 80 of them? I don't envy you the task. My biggest problem would be trying to figure out what kind of decks make sense. No, sure. Wait. Hold on. You're saying universes within. So does this mean that every character from that game, you're taking a card that has a universes beyond printing, but you're taking the universes within version of it? Or are you just saying that the universes beyond cards, for lack of a better wording, don't exist, and you're just using, like, if you want to use one of those kind of cards, you're taking the... Okay. So you're kind of pretending that the universes beyond cards don't exist, but if there's a universes within version of that card, you're okay with that? Is that what I'm understanding? Or you just assume... Okay. Okay. Because the other option is, the other way of handling that is, you know what? That entire stuff just doesn't exist altogether. Go away. As a friend of mine would put it, that stuff can just go find a hat somewhere. And, yeah, that I can, like, either one I can understand. But yeah, that would be interesting. That would be a challenge. I think the first thing that the first thing that I would do for something like that, I don't know how you're planning on doing it. The first thing going through my head is basically, okay, make a list of all the characters. What color schemes make sense for those characters? And then, like, what kind of, like, what would the, what's the word I'm looking for? More than just saying what deck style it is, but what's the gimmick is probably how I, what would the gimmick of a particular deck be? And then go from there. Because obviously that gives you, like, for example, if you've got Mario, I feel I would probably want to build it more like Feather, but that's probably me. That being said, another option would be Mario. I could also see being equipment based. Because, I mean, it also depends on where you're taking Mario from. Are you taking Mario from that game, or are you taking Mario, the character, from everything he's done? Either way I could see it. I would assume that I would be building I would assume the decks would be, take this character not just from Smash Brothers, but from all the games that they're, the games that they're known for being in. And I would probably aim it that way. Copy link. Paste and go. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what this says. These are your 4 different suits. Got it. Okay. Because, again, you're building this based on tarot. Right. So 14 times 4 is 56. 66, 76, 77, 78. So I'm seeing 80. And you are doing Mario as... Yeah. Right, but you said 80 earlier. You're actually doing 78. So you're rounding, which is fine. So I think the next... So at this point, what I would probably do is... I mean... This part... This, like, the first column... The first column you basically have so you don't lose track of where you left. Like, to make sure you have everything. But now that you've got them all written down... These two I would probably hide this column and hide these 2 columns. This is me personally. I would probably hide those 3 columns. And then this column start making, who am I using as my general for these? And then here have, like I said, the gimmick for the deck. Kind of like what I have here. Sure, that's... Again, however you do it is up to you. The key here, like, for what I'm doing, this column I can hide for now. This column I can hide for now. And then what I'm left with are, realistically, are 1 column for my color scheme, which in your case would be, 1 for each of your various tarot cards. One that's got 1 column that has the general. one column that's got the deck concept, the gimmick, however you want to word it. And then once I have all that figured out, I have a column here that I like using deckstats.net because you don't have to log in to get, to post a list, to be able to share it, this, that, whatever. You can make an account and do all that stuff. You don't have to. And I do that, and then I just post the link here. No, that won't let me do it. But again, however you do it, that's what I would suggest, because it's easier once you already have an idea of, like, because like some of these I figured out what I want to do. I have no clue how I want to build it exactly, but I've got a general idea. Like my Jeskai deck is going to be like the original Narset. Extra turns and extra combats. What exactly I'm putting in there, I've got a vague idea. I know I'm going to want probably, 8 or so extra turn cards. Actually, I might want more than that. I'm going to want more extra combat cards. I know I'm going to want stuff that cares about triggering when I attack. As for the more specific stuff, I don't know yet. But I have a vague mental idea how. Oh, that's funny. But it certainly sounds like it would be, I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting trying to figure out how to pull it off. And coming up, step one, coming up with 80 separate lists. Like, I'm only expecting 43 decks. And I've got, let's see here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 13 more decks still to come up with. And I decided to take a break from doing that to start doing this thing about, hey, by the way, cards that are at the bottom of the EDH rec list from various ancient sets. I've got Alpha Beta Unlimited, Arabian Nights, Antiquities, Legends of the Dark, Fallen Empires, Ice Age, Alliance's Homelands, Tempest Stronghold Exodus, Mirage Visions Weatherlight. I think I might have that backwards. Saga Legacy. So 17. You think for Heliod, you think for Zelda you want Heliod stacks. I mean, at that point, my first question is what kind of, which Heliod? Okay. Zelda. Not Link, which is the character everyone thinks of with those games. You want Zelda, you want... Yeah. Or the flip one. Because there's 3 of them. There's Heliod, God of the Sun, Heliod Sun-Crowned, and Heliod the Radiant Dawn, which becomes Heliod the Warped Eclipse. If you're going for a stacks build, you may want Heliod the Radiant Dawn, because once you flip it over, you can cast spells as though they had flash. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card your opponents have drawn this turn, which means your opponents are going to want to slow down drawing cards. So it's kind of taxing them. Not literally, but kind of. If you're not doing that, Heliod Sun-Crowned is the common combo one. Heliod, God of the Sun? I think I would... I mean... I don't see an immediate reason to play Heliod, God of the Sun, but that also means that it's going to be less hated out. If you're looking for a combo win, it might be Sun-Crowned. Unless you have a reason to want to play more than one color, in which case Heliod the Radiant Dawn would do that. And again, being able to cast spells with flash, maybe put Grand Arbiter Augustine the Fourth in your 99 somewhere. That could be an option. But my first impression would be, say, running Sun-Crowned as your general. And you might want to take a glance at my Yomiji list. Largely due to the fact that a lot of this stuff is eh. But I have Heliod Sun-Crowned in here. And I do have, you've got your Walking Ballista going on. But there's also a few other things, like Twilight Drover. You might see a way to make that work as well. If you're more set on doing the Walking Ballista thing, you could take a look at there's oh, actually, sorry, no, this is not the deck I want for that. I want the mono white burn deck, which is this one. No. No. This is 4. Monoscallion, Triscallion, Walking Bliska, Triskelevis. All can combo with Heliod Sun Crown to go ping, 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 ping. This bottom section is all down here for proliferate. Ication, Javelineers, same. What you want any of these guys for is to put an extra counter on Ication, Javelineers. So, I don't know. You could take a look at the mono white burn deck and use some of that as a starting point. Did I post the link since you got here? Yes, you did. But yeah, I mean, there's a dozen ways you could build any of these decks. Let's be honest. Turn this back on for a little bit. I want this. You're already on low. All right. Yeah, I said this before. I said this last week as well. I noticed a lot of these cards that are at the bottom of the list for these sets, like for Urza's Saga and Urza's Legacy, their cards have got Echo, and I understand why. Ring of Gix. Isn't it just like Icy Manipulator? Yeah, 4 to cast, 1 tap, target artifact, creature, or land. 3 to cast, pay 1, tap target artifact, creature, or land. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. Spend the extra mana and play Icy Manipulator instead. Urza's Blueprints, on the other hand, I am quite comfortable playing this card. Because this is, in the worst case, and the optimal way to play the worst case of this card, it's 6 mana to draw 2 cards, which is pay 6, draw a card, tap, draw a card, untap, Echo trigger goes on the stack, tap it in response, draw your card, then sack it. Palutena, unfortunately, I didn't really grow up around a lot of these characters. Like, I've never been a console gamer, so a lot of these characters, I've heard of them, but I don't really know much about them. But, I mean, which means that, stuff that's common knowledge for a lot of people. I just didn't grow up around them. I went to the video, I went and, video game arcade, video game arcade, the arcade cabinet things. Right, but like I think my first question there is from what game series? Like, where did she come from originally? Because I've heard the name enough to recognize the name. Kid Icarus. Okay. I know of it. And And I think I only actually know of it because I randomly watch Outside Xbox and Outside Extra. I think that's what they're called. Just because I find them interesting, and I think I've seen it in one episode. And I don't remember what it was about. I'm trying to remember who. I don't even remember anything. But yeah, Urza's blueprints, let me think here. If you do pay the echo cost, then the other thing about paying the echo cost on Urza's blueprints is from then on it's literally just tap draw a card. And especially if you've got extra ways to untap it, that gets silly. But even if you don't, the next turn that you have it, you've basically caught up with JM Daytone. The next turn, you've caught up with Arcane Encyclopedia. And then after that, it's just gravy. So, ideal is somebody blows this up, it's, I mean, paying 6 to draw a card is bad, but I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I still think Urza's blueprints, especially in a format like Commander, is fine. Damping Engine. If you're looking, Strawberry, if you're looking to do some kind of stacks card, some kind of stacks deck, take a look at Damping Engine here. A player who controls more permanents than each other player, so whoever has the most, can't play lands or cast artifact, creature, or enchantment spells. If they want to ignore that effect until end of turn, they have to sack a permanent. So, whoever has the most stuff out can't play more without sacrificing something first. Which means if you've got somebody that's got 30 sapling tokens out, you're like, cool, you're not playing anything else until you start sacking some of your stuff. Wait, what? Yeah, you're not playing anything else till you can't start sacrificing some of your stuff. And then make it hard for them to sacrifice stuff, or, some other penalty for sacrificing stuff, or something like that. Like, whenever a creature they control dies, they take damage or something. Trevor's Toolbox. I can see this being played. 2 mana for a 1/1. Pay 2, regenerate target artifact creature. It entertains Urza to craft a kit that could bring her the tools. This is adorable because the funny thing is, regeneration prevents stuff from dying to, destroy effects, which includes lethal damage. So if somebody is to blow up, if somebody tries to, let's say, wasteland your Seat of the Synod, okay, Seat of the Synod is probably a bad example. If somebody is trying to Ancient Grudge your Soul Ring. You animate the Soul Ring with some other effect. Then you pay 2 and regenerate it with the toolbox. The first thing I would say is don't worry about what other people say your decks must have. That's the first thing I would say. It sounds like you are trying to, like when you say, okay, when you say build a deck, are you talking like coming up with a deck list? Or are you talking like the actual final product here? If you're just coming up with deck lists, I would personally do that myself. I know it's a lot of work. If you do, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. I would personally prefer that one person come up with all the lists, because it's more likely that they're going to be balanced against each other. Let's say for the sake of it, well, I mean, you can use sites like Scryfall, for example. In fact, they've got a thing here on how to look up, like, if you need to look up a card, like, I'm looking for cards that do X. Let's go with something really simple. Alright, first of all, F is for format. Okay. I always put in format EDH and type 1 because I want the cards that are legal and like anything that is, most cards that are legal in type 1, yes, are also legal in Commander and vice versa. In fact, for the most part, the only cards that are not legal in Commander that are legal in Vintage are like the ultra high powered stuff, Black Lotus, the Moxen, Time Walk, Ancestral Recall, and a handful of other like really super high cards. After that, pretty much everything else is fair game. However, adding type 1 to this list, what that does is it takes out, because anything that's designed to be a competitive format takes out attractions and stickers and that sort of stuff. And that's not stuff I want to deal with. If you don't have a problem using stickers and attractions and whatnot, then just bring it down to format, F:EDH, and you'll be fine. So, generally, you're going to want to have at least some idea of a color scheme. Okay? So let's go. Well, you said Palutena is Selesnya. So, ID is color ID, like color identity. So, you can either go white-green, or you can actually call it Selesnya. Okay. One thing you might want to do is do is commander, because this will give you, if you do just this, this will give you a list of everything that's legal as a commander that's in Selesnya. Let's go start by, I don't know, let's start by, oh, sorry. If you want something that is going to be, so ID colon Selesnya, it will fit in Selesnya. ID equals Selesnya? No, it has to be white-green. So ID colon is, I'm playing Selesnya, giving me everything that I can put into a Selesnya deck. So mono white, mono green, colorless, or white green. ID equal, no, I want everything that is exactly white green. Let's start by color and see what happens. And so you'll have, for example, you've got 3 white cards that have got green in their text somewhere. You've got 3 green cards that also have white. And then everything else is going to be white-green. Oh, that's fine. You've got a couple that are hybrid. Hobby Calaria is basically this character originally from Legends. So if you want somebody that's going to be canon to Magic, a Hobby Calaria is an option. So you do have options, but this is probably one place I would start. If you're looking at Angels, T is type, so that could be sorcery, instant, whatever, or it could be subtype. So angel, demon, dragon, etc., etc. Right, but you so you can have a, as far as Magic is concerned, you could have a legendary creature who's an angel, who creates other angels. That is a logic I can get around. You know, maybe she was an angel who ascended to become a god, who knows? But then you start seeing stuff like this. You know, and actually, Sigarda, Font of Blessings. You may cast angel spells and human spells from the top of your library. That sounds... Yeah, this... Yeah. Yeah, so there's that one. Not Champion of Light. Yeah, no, Font of Blessings Font of Blessings feels like where you want to go for that. Shalai is very protective. Gabriel Angel Fire, more of a, I would say, a more aggressive stand on her. Her? Him? I'm not sure. No, Gabriel. That would be him. This feels more aggressive, which doesn't feel like what you're going for. I could see Shalai or Sigarda, Font of Blessings, if you're going for that style. Or you can also use O:, and O is the Oracle text. So that will also help you find. Let's see here. Let's go. No, Exile. You know, Emilio the Blessed does flicker stuff. Crunch the Dawnclad when it attacks, exile if it's enchanted, exile target permanent. Malaria preemptively reanimates creatures or artifacts. This gives your stuff hexproof, and this exiles something until Yannick leaves play. Yeah. Like I'm just showing you some, because I'm taking a guess, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but I'm taking a guess you're not that familiar with Scryfall, so I'm trying to show some of how to use it. Because, and sometimes I have to go fairly deep down a well to try to figure out exactly how I want to find stuff. One thing that they do support, though, if you click on syntax up here, Scryfall search reference, at the end of this first column is tagger tags. So art A tag or art tag will do something about something that's been tagged in the card's artwork. Function O tag or oracle tag will do something about how the card works. Data for these two features come from the Tagger project. And just to give you an idea, this is the list of all the tags that exist. Zombie tribal. It cares about, something that cares about zombies. Zeph? What the heck is Zeph? Oh, I think that's him. Alright, so is colon vanilla and set L, I think it was LAG. Yeah. So here's your original vanilla Legends. I've always found Lady Orca's art to be kind of creepy, as in I would not want to mess around with her. Tobias Andrian? Oh, him? I have him as a general for a deck. Have you noticed his Oracle creature type? Have you noticed what his Oracle text says his creature type is? Yes. Guess what kind of deck I built with him. Yep. And in fact, if you go over here, you look under Azorius. Here's my Advisor's Mill deck. There's my general. 24 copies of Persistent Petitioners to start. 20 more Advisors. Three mass removal. A handful of other cards. My mana rocks. And then my lands. Whoops. Get back here. Boop, boop, boop. And I'm running 13 islands and 7 plains because I want my decks to have around 20 basics. Oh, I know. I want my decks to have around 20 basics because I never want to be caught flat-footed if somebody goes, you know, Ghost Quarter or Assassin's Trophy or Path to Exile or whatever. I want to make sure I've always got my basics. I want to make sure my basics are covered. And I've seen games where it's like, you know, 6 basics, and it's like, okay. Demolition Field. Crap, I'm out of basics now. I have 2 cards left that I have to actually pin down for this deck. I have everything else. I need... Where are you? I need a loyal retainers. And I need everything comes to dust. Yeah. I mean, there's a trillion ways you can build it. I mean, how many more cards have you done? Andy Rusu's done 15 cards. Let's sort by color. 2 white, 4 red. Oh wow. Literally just did Legends, Ice Age, Alliances, and 2 cards from, like, Beta. And that's it. Yeah. Beta. Well, Alpha is limited edition Alpha, Beta is limited edition Beta, also known, and which after that was Unlimited, which was considered 2nd edition. Then Revised. Both these cards made it to Revised, which was considered 3rd edition. I think that depends on what you're looking for. Like, the art for Vivictus's Mahdi was pretty cool. I think it just depends on what you're looking for. You know, his Rocket Care Ridges is actually pretty cool. I think he does goblins pretty decent. Wow. The stuff that goblins are tossing are pretty good. The look on this guy's face is hilarious. But, I mean, you also got to remember, these are cards from, what? Where's Alliances? The newest cards from, like, 1996. Mm-hmm. I don't even remember it's newer. Oh, yeah. They patched the holes, load their sharpest rocks, spanked their children one last time, and lurched off on the sunset. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that lasted, we used the same flavor text basically until they did, you know, 9th edition, at which point they also changed the art. But yeah, I would want one person doing all the deck lists. Oh, that's it for land? Oh well, yeah, if you're playing a deck that's playing any of these 5 colors, you should probably be at least considering throwing the relevant manland in your deck. Yes, they come into play tapped, but for having literally paying 2 mana for basically a 2 to 3 mana creature. Forbidding Watchtower is actually kind of hilarious. Oh my god, Forbidding Watchtower in a Toughness Matters deck is just funny. You know, spank the Treetop Village all day. And these all now have, yeah, these now all have creature types attached to them. Spawning Pool Mix is a skeleton. What are you? You're a warrior. You're a soldier. Yeah, I guess. You're an ape, which makes sense. And Fairy Conclave is now a fairy, which makes sense. But yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call that there for tonight. Considering my system already crashed twice trying to do this. Which now means I have to try and merge stuff together to get it all to work. Let's see if I can get this to behave. I think I'm going to stop the YouTubes. Try and merge stuff and see what happens. So if you're on YouTube's, we'll catch you in the comments.